さあ、続き。さあ、これ。女性の自衛官って知らん。失礼。これ10項目。全然階級故障受けてね。こんなもんよ。ちょっと目としたら、防衛者が免許して。架空でね、それはしてみる。それでね、芸能人の財源にします。これで防衛安全保障よさ。課税した加害者だったんだよ。まあ何年を架空でもね、何年でした。無理だって言われました。メーガン・エル裁判でしょ。無理だって諦めてくれた。田中のお坊さんのって言った。田中のお坊さんびっくりした。自民党もう知ってたけどな。神奈川県ってびっくりした。黒岩呼び出したからで本当構成主体首脳会議お前どういうつもりやし。これ完成してやん。あれね、すまん事情があってよ。私が一斉にすまん。できるのは2021年の7月31日から8月16日。結構伸ばしたんか。賞金払って会社はね、母性が払うって言ったよ。倍額持ってこい50名。拡大したら大変だったねよ。大変なことやったねよ。だね。あ、93名かじゃ。鈴鹿さんが。小池優子の変なくさ出てやろ。四国はいいんや。前もった現場新山持つんオンラインではこれだよ。いややろ。怖いや。結構なんかあ、こっそり分割したらまあこれ現実界と違ってもうまあごめん我々映った厚生労働が書いたように聞きました。意外な音軸の関係してね。サーリー攻めたね音軸でした。ウィザーも実況か。どんまに今日リードうまいのにびっくりしたな。台湾系だったと思う。 ったまあフィリピン系があったあれ見てびっくりや差別受けてるしだって俺も独自にやってんしたんだろあいつは意外となんか在日コリアンだ日本人ですよ意外と高槻と鶴が在日で多いなねえ韓国だと思った意外と中国まあ加瀬さんはねでねさんもね意外と大杉上位を運動してびっくりした上下で来るらしいな社外取り締まやってたんかみんなあれは小泉さんでした意外と榎本ね関西一回設置会社これでヤンマーとはね精霊に送ってる別の会社役にね大杉さんねみんな下ついたら多分ビア工場か相原工場あかんかあれやっぱ部品も原因やったからおかしいと思ったよなんだもんなんとかってや修理依頼したやつさんの了承や了承いないとダメらしい勝手に修理したら怒られるしてほしいそっちの同意得たかってね岩月ね加瀬さんもこれなびっくりやったなそう異常なかったあれみんなたちがやめさせろって言った多分電話の感じで気づいてない榎本チャイナ作ってびっくりしたすごいわ多分こっそり本社機能やな合弁会社すごいインターネットなんだ池田大作さんいたあごめん勘違いするなあ田中信夫さんが使ってやあれってそうかジャパンってなんて統一局はベーケーションチャージジャパンってなんて何よあでも統一協会の正義やっぱり無理やよあんなとこでギリアとマイントピアあそこは総がかりでわざと抗議運動だし閉鎖してよこの方がいいわ上奥なり四国で立ち入り意外と一水から在特化からこの人たち本物右翼でなんかよう甘みよ言ってた言ってたよみんなほっといてくれよあれさこう誠さんさ逮捕だもう捕まって今公安中見勝った第二話の愛国党の連中呼ばれた大きかねえやろつらか何 ンスで割れたね。俺許してると思うな。いいねんか。俺発展した山本もやっぱ外資になったか。発展しない。全然来ないな。新谷経由でさ、元祖時短営業休業要請。それね、新谷もダメだったからボロッカス言われて事実上クビになっちまった。退職証明書もな、俺電話したんやさ、もらいに行ったことあるよ。君のお父さんよ、もう最近見に行ってびっくりした。すごいよ。俺が辞めた時まだ嘘そうまだできてない。嘘揉めたやあれか。はい、裁判所もやった。あっちの駅前の冷凍席をね、イオン2山前てやな。したら意外と港ツアーでサーリーセブンなかった。徹底的に調べた。片っ端しかなかった。片っ端しか乗っとけ。俺確か明日以降サブだし日本の延期以降の西日本本部あの社員おかしいと思って入れてみっか。黒使うね。刺すにして最近みんなタトゥーでなぜか神奈川県なんか遊園の時寝てたかこれ言われ寝てたかただ俺ここシェイプシュートだよ広いな。俺はジンたち本当にフルキャストの発信今モルケルがソニーのポーラー行ってるんか。ジンたち多分俺の措置でやっぱ切れたか。ちょっと西の方にいるんかなと思った。あの子たち自転車目の前に映したらこの人たち危害や調べてさあ別に何も異常なかったこの前多分四国外やったね。形跡なかったね。多分日本警察署やもしかしてあれ本部か。あんまり警察信用してねえや前方不注意になってね。全然反省しなかった。帰ってきて怖かったな。議員たちのお金フルキャストやろ。ソニーと同じ令和のもねちょっとごめんあっち彦根の電車やっぱ無断か。俺完了したんだよ。どうな びっくりした。俺も全く信用しない。あれが先生にあんまり信用してなかった。徹底的に取ってきた。まだあんな JSE や。JI の支部が新山国さ。なんだ街づくりやったのはね、もう抜けるからってお前。それ俺も自衛隊参考にさ。隊員審議会だ。労使交渉会だよ。学者非法律資格をや。学者いないよ。ささいに言ってん。ちょっと、もうちょっとあんねん。もうちょっとあんねん。非学者。読んだら、ジャーナリストが。とかね、報道しよんのね、比叡田さんたちが読んだらどうやらですよ。読んだら、この人でちょっと。やってんやろ、ほんで。コップ記憶飛び出した不説を撤退沙汰になった。一旦ジャック同性たちがこの前あね4進のかいないな昔な軍の関係者来たよなんやろほらねさすが感じてあったのなんでやあれ高槻見たら降雨団体こうや騙されたんか大きかないなやったよ俺のそっちプリキュア撮影の日藤井とのセックスになってたこっそり来てるなでん健康さんすまんもうほっといてくれNGO に別に実際かなドイツ連邦軍もそうやけどドイツ連邦が公式やからすごいよなさあ分裂したか水切りってやつ首にした対策を首にしましたもう残念な首にした首にしまって大宮からしょうがない俺はあえて YouTube ね意外と旧東京23あそこで肉なので JI 知らんわ妨害受けてるわわかりみった いいわ。結構対抗する。あーってやってるから。これに関しては YouTube インターナショナル。完全に公式の YouTube ですと。だって俺も放置してたから。気になった。味わってな。たまにやせよな。大通りの数がな。そう。アナフルナビッチセルビア共和国のね首相がねこれは閣僚会議議長というらしい人がいるね。閣僚会議議長っていうらしいね。こうないね。これにみんな外相で中国語の外交部長みたいな、国務総理とか使ってるからね。ヤン・シュートゥーさんで、日本はチャイナがいや俺の拉致が致命傷になったから英語したけどまだになってせるから死がしたいでそっちがバレてんのと最後から確かに見ちまったそれが最後だった遠藤はその攻撃しびっくりした小松優香とそっくりやったか。いや似てたんだな。小松優香のオタクさん調べて多分 YouTube なら遠藤愛さん見てる本当に多分小松優香のはとこかで水溜りのはとこかででもこかでだいたはい以上やはいもうクロンだと思うなんともね何ともかしましたねえ俺じゃないと思うねえ俺だねサイバー食らったってことで魔法なんてこの世にない
これで1時間経って下がる
そう本当だね本当に全然勝負がなって司さんの攻撃受けたやっぱりなテレビ朝日
もしもーし
お前も
や
らせくらでやらせくらだ最悪や
おーい聞こえる？そうそう母の日のプレゼントね何がいいかな悩むよね買いに行く時 時間とかありそうだったらさ、やっぱりお花とかどう？一緒に選びに行く？でもいい。
ダメ、回収したいな。おや、ダルビッシュ、ああ、いいな。メーターか。でもね、ファイルズアイさんはそれついててか。はめるよな。俺の駐在料。びっくりしたあれ、さ見た。パワーウェイ。何やよ、どんな。俺はこんなにいい格好で文句言った。ただ新山津波のねえ、救済金、プリキュアブ金か。こんなに文句言ったよ。お前これ以上すると放送禁止するだ。最悪の最後で対処するぞ。こっそりファイル。おう。台湾系だ、フィリピン系だ。意外と観客動員数少ないよ。少ないんやで。10万の少ねえ。50万いってるかなと思ったら水増しか。100万いったらもう何やったらメガウジやん、逆襲の。あれ見たことあるわ。かった。DVD で借りて見たわ。あれでもかな。90万って。いや、ファイナルローズね、本当はね。1000万いく勢いだ。いや、あれにしましょうか。ブリキャン邪魔なんだ。ね、だからさ、急にすごいじゃん。四国でしょ、そう。国立会。もうここ一緒になって。相良刑事さん、アベル出した、アベルのさ。あれは岩崎与太郎の過去だよ。三菱重工業。ああ、やっぱりだ。鬼滅の刃ね、多分ポトフの再現したぐらい聞いたの。通りでだ。聞いたの見させてもらったら面白かった。めちゃ演技はうまかった。やっぱりや、港行かないって。非常に暗殺対象になったよ。これ狙いになったよ。西部の施設にいるらしい。武力なんてみたいになってるらしい。何が通り過ぎたやろ。あいつら雑魚やった。俺はコンタクトレンズつけない。あいつ慌ててつけ始めた。自分のシェイプ中だった。あれは残念じゃない。クローンの証拠。名前のシェイプシューター。びっくりした。生きてあげるのいるのにな。いやあんでね、俺さ、ボスに入りつばきに入ってるから。ラビオトラブルの白い映画で。見てないね。どうもねえな。2期目見たいから。あれしてみてんと見た。びっくりした、本人。英語字幕じゃない。 字幕がなかった。すまん、本当に。俺でもこうやって英語学んでよ。言語が。やってるね、俺でも。これやな。どこか。映画なんか。気づくべきだったわ。教師のページでもどこに書いてあるんだろうな。なんか家電リサイクル、やっぱり JC やから。採算度外視で。これは俺の知った。ほっとけ。マジか、ほっとけよ。ほっとけ。これいいよ。ほっとけよ。こっちに統一した。おじさんたちがいた。あれに払ってあれでいた。そうだったか、本当に。すごい。足をどうぞ。こっちに本体をしてた。
やっぱりこうやって撮ったんか。こういう状況でな。
今この特集してる。
やっぱ保存する観点がやったから。
初にタジアカルの秋元さん。
やばいとこそりすぎやったなって思う。当時たまにこんなの本当にさ、最近知っちゃって遅かった俺も知らんやつ。びっくりした。
びっくりした。やばいわ、こさんね。
この前来たからな、本当に。
例えばドタキャン者知ってるわ。ロシア関係で日本にさあもう帰るよ。イギリスとんだ。ああ、ウルト事件。知ってるかな、放課後事件。福井県側に問題やった。遊泳禁止。
やっぱ広島湾に
まあ、通称だよ。ああいうの絶対中止になったな。
20時か。これに乗らんと間に合うんか。間に合うんか、最終か。
やっぱりな、この期間中に。やっぱりな、大した襲撃者。やっぱりね、アメリカ大使襲ってる。どうよらしいと思った。でもね、とてもね、休憩できる。ナンパと被害者。渋沢か。渋沢栄一。3秒。あるかな。流れてるか。あれね、マイナーでした。ちょうど大手です。
急にテープある。びっくりした。急に。わざとやって。
遅い。だったりさ。俺も立っていちゃう。終わりされてね。簡易別に消毒で。OK。
かって
事業用の醤油あるか
みたいにもうすぐ立ち去ったもう日本と断交したアメリカ大使館
撤
退し始めたよあれね実はね多分グアムかハワイで俺は初めて見たんだよな日本特派員協会も撤退したわけや拉致でした俺はいもう隠蔽した天皇制消えたわけ死んだこれが出てくる俺は主演でマジで皇居も攻撃してるわけ埼玉全土攻撃は栃木全土攻撃は容赦せんからするやろなぜ出てくるのだジェイスイやろ爆撃隊で怖いだけ虐殺やろ大抵の戦争なぜ出てきても死んだ
ለሁለቱ ታላቅ የገበረ የሚባለው የምስጢራዊ ማህበረሰብ መስራት በ20ኛው መቶ ክፍለ ዘመን እጅግ ሚስጥሩ የበዛ ሰው ታሪክ በወጣትነቱ የሶስተኛ ዲግሪ ፒኤችዲ በመያዝ የተመረቀበት ዩኒቨርሲቲና ከአውሮፓ ክብረ ወሰን እስከዛሬ 58 ዓመቱን በጠላት በተያዘ ግዛት በጦርነት መሃል አየር ጃንጥላ ፓራሹት በመውረድም እስካሁን የደረሰበት የለም። በ30 ዓመታት ያህል የተወለደባትን ምድር ነፃ ሀገር ትሆን ዘንድ ቢጥርም ከነፃነት በኋላ አልኖረም። ሁሉም የአውሮፓ ሀገሮች ሁሉንም ማለት ይቻላል ከላቲን አሜሪካም ሜክሲኮ የሀገሩ ያህል ኖሮባቸዋል። የሚገርመው የኖረባቸው ሀገሮች መሪዎችን በሙሉ ማለት ይቻላል ወዳጅ ያደረግም ነው። ከጀርባም በአማካሪነት ተዘወረ። ከዘመኑ አሉ የተባሉ ሊቃና ምርጥ የፈጠራ ሰዎች የልብ ባልንጀራም አድርጓል። የፈለገውን ሀገር መሪ ከአውሮፓ እስከ አሜሪካ በአንድ የስልክ ጥሪ ማግኘት የሚችልም ይባልበታል። በዚህም የተነሳ ዛሬ የአውሮፓ ህብረት የሚባለውን መሰረት ለመጣል እየበቃ እነዚህና ለሌሎችም ስራዎች እውቅና ነገስታትና የሀገር መሪዎች ታላላቅ የሜዳሊያ ሽልማት ሊሰጡ ቢፈቅዱም እሱ ግን ቢተኛ የዛሬ በችግር ድሃው ቢኖርም ዓለምን የለወጡ ታላላቅ ድርጅቶችን የመሰረተ መሆኑ ይነገርለታል። ከእነዚህም አንዱና ስም በክፉ የሚያስነሳው ደግሞ ቢልደርበርግ የሚባለው የሚስጥር ነው። በቅዱስና በልጅነቱ የተጠራ በስተርጅናው ለሰይጣን የሚሰራ ድርጅት መስርቷል ያስባለው በዘመኑ ሀብት ሳይኖረው ሁሌም በጉዞ ላይ ነበረና ማንም የት እንዳለ እንኳን አያውቅም ነበረም። ለማን እንደሚሰራም የሚያውቅ ነበረም። ገና ከቫቲካን እስከ ዓለማችን እውቅ የስለላ ድርጅቶች እንዲሁም ምስጢራዊ ማህበረሰቦች ይሰራሉ የሚል ስሙ ይነሳል። ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር በክራካው ነው እንደ ጎርጎሮሳውያኑ የዘመን ቀመር በ1888 የተወለደው። ስለ ልጅነቱ ድርሳናት ብዙ ግና ቤተሰቡ ከወለዷቸው 5 ልጆች አንዳንድ ድርሳናት 4 ናቸው ይላሉ። የመጨረሻ ተጽፎ ይገኛል። የቤተሰቡ የዘር ግንድ ካይድ መሆኑ እንደ ባልፍ ማገደም ተጽፎም ይገኛል። አባቱ ጆሴፍ ስታኒስላው ሬቲንገር የፖሊሽ ልዑል የሆኑትን ዛሞስኪ የግል የህግ አማካሪ ናቸው። ሬቲንገር የተወለደባት ክራካው ግዛት ገዢ ናቸው ልዑል ዛሞስኪ። ዛሞስኪ የፖሊሽ የመሳፍንት ዘር ነው። የግዛቲቱ ገዢ ይሁኑ እንጂ በዘመኑ ፖላንድ የምትባል ሀገር በዓለም ካርታ እንደ ሉዓላዊ ግዛት አልነበረችም። በአውስትሮ ሃንጋሪ ስርወ መንግስት ስር ወድቃ ጋሊሺያ የሚባለው ግዛት አካል ነበረችና አባት ጆሴፍ ስታኒስላው ሬቲንገር የልዑል ዛሞይስኪ የህግ ጠበቃ በመሆን ይሟገቱ እንደነበረም ይነገራል። ከዚህ አንዱ የአውስትሮ ሃንጋሪ ስርወ መንግስት ከልዑል ዛሞይስኪ ግዛት ሻኦ'ባን የተባለው ለም መሬት መውሰድን በመቃወም ችሎት የቆሙት ይጠቀሳል። አውስትሮ ሃንጋሪ የዘውድ ችሎትን ጆሴፍ ስታኒስላው ሬትሊንገር ተከላክለው
パンって閉めて何かした
በፖላንድ ብሔርተኞች ዘንድ እንደ አርበኛ የሚያባቱ የሞት አሸናፊነት
ワクチンに関してはね言われたワクチン打ってるからこれ義務ですかいやいいなマスクねおなら偏見の人がいるな結構マルシアさんの
የበሱ የዩኒቨርሲቲ ምሁራን ናቸው። ይህ የፖላንድ ብሔርተኝነቱን በሚያቀነቅን የተማረና ለመንበር የተተካ ቤተሰብ የተወለደውን ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ሕይወቱ ገና የ9 ዓመት ልጅ እያለ የሚለውጥ እውነት ተከሰተ ይላሉ።
BCJ のドーラついさすごいわ本当に
ሉዓላዊነቷ የጠፋባት የፖሊሽ ምድር ገዢ ቡርዛኖይስኪ የሕግ አማካሪ የነበሩት አባት ጆሴፍ ስታኒስላው ሬቲንገር መሞታቸው ነው የሕፃኑ የሕይወት መንገድ የቀየረበት የሚባለው። በፖላንድ ብሔርተኞችና በመሪዎችም ዘንድ የግዛቱን ምድር በንጉሥ ችሎት ያስመለሱ የክብር ሞገስ ያገኙ ናቸውና በረከቱ ለልጃቸው ተርፏል የቀረም። በ9 ዓመት አባቱን ያጣው ሕፃን የማሳደግ ኃላፊነት የወሰዱት
僕とはいいから
ናሞቹን በሙሉ ችለው ወደ ሮማ ክህነትን በካቶሊክ ገዳማት ይማሩ ነበር።
まあ
ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር የተቀላቀለው በካቶሊክ አክባሪ አስተምሮ ይከተላል የሚባለውን የጀስዊት ቀሳውስት ገዳም ነበረ። ይሁንና ከ3 ወራት በላይ በገዳሙ መቆየት አልቻለም። ለዚህ ምክንያቱ ደግሞ በቅስናው ለመቀጠል እስከ ዕድሜ ልኩ ጋር ሳይመሰርት በድንግልና መኖር ግዴታ መሆኑን ባለመቀበሉ እናም ፈቃዱን ያልተጋፉት ቡርዛኖይስኪ አሁንም ወጪውን ሸፍነው ወደ ክራካው አስመጡ። በግዛቲቱ በሚገኝበት በትምህርት ቤት እውቀት ይቀስም ዘንድ ተደረገ። በከፍተኛ ትምህርቱ እንደ ሉላዊ ቤተሰብ ሁሉን አሟልተው ወደ ፈረንሳይ ፓሪስ ነው። የፈረንሳይ ፓሪስ ከተማ ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር የእውቀትም የትምህርቱም መዲና በመሆን የበዛ ስፍራ ያላት ናት። ቡርዛኖይስኪ ልክ እንደ ልጃቸው ሁሉን አሟልተው ነበርና ወደ ፓሪስ የላኩት የተቀላቀለውም የመሳፍንት ልጆች የሚበዙበትን ስብስብ ነው። የአውሮፓና የአውሮፓ ባለጠጋ ልጆች ይማሩበት በሚመረጠው የሶርቦን ዩኒቨርሲቲ ያጠና ዘንድ የመረጠው ደግሞ ስነ ጽሑፍ ነው። ለሌሎቹ የባለጠጋ ልጆች መከማተል የሚያበዛ ለትምህርቱ ትኩረት የማይሰጥ አልነበረም። እናም ከቀደመው ዘመን ጀምሮ እስከደረሰበት የ20ኛው መቶ ክፍለ ዘመን ድረስ እጅግ ረቂቅ የሚባሉትን የስነ ጽሑፍ መጽሐፍ ሳያስቀር ከዳር እስከ ዳር ቷቸዋል ይላሉ የታሪኩ ጸሐፊዎች። የበፊት ቋንቋዎችን ልክ በንባብ የሚራቀቅባቸው ስለነበረ ይበልጥ እንደረዳውም ይነገራል።
高速の独立は認めないその代わりクリミアをメニュードネツク
በተለይ በሲቪል ግንኙነቱ ከሁሉም የላቀ የመግባባት ሰልፍ ኖሮት እንደ ንባብ
トランプさんねびっくりした
ነበር ይባልለታል።
2020年
ከረቂቅ
に
የሙዚቃ
コソボ
ደራሲዎችና ቀማሪዎች
旧
እስከ
ユーゴスラビア
ሰዓት
を
ድረስ ወዳጆች ነበሩ።
グレーネさんは
ጣሊያንና የተወሰኑ ሰዎችም ነበሩ። እነዚህ ደግሞ ከመላው አውሮፓና አሜሪካ ጭምር የተሰባሰቡ ናቸው።
クリスさんさ
ባለጠግነታቸው የተነሳ
報道された
በጥቂት ዓመታት ከ5 ሚሊዮን ዶላር በላይ ያስገኙትን ጓደኞች እንደነበሩ ለማሳያ
イスラエルとね
የበዙ
ワーレン
ደግሞ
と
ስም ተሻገሩ በየሙያቸው ሀገር አልፎ
あと
በዓለማችን
ね
ለመታወቅ
UAE
ናቸው።
ワーレンな
በዚህ ረገድ ደራሲዎቹ ፍራንኮስ ማሪያክና ጆሴፍ ኮናርድ
全然報道されないです
በተለይ ጆሴፍ
セルビア
ኮናርድ
とコソボ
የልብ
とね
ባልንጀራው የሚባል ነው። ከባለጠጎቹ
ኤርሚያ ጋር
የመሳፍንት
そう
ልጆች ድግስ ሳይቀር
聖地点その起点にはコソボ
ጋር
の聖
የጠበቀ
地点
ግንኙነት እየመሰረተን በትምህርቱ የላቀ ደረጃ
そ
ማስመዝገብ
れ言ってた
አልቀረም።
よ
በዚህ ማሳያ አድርገው
あまり日本に来ないよな
የሚጠቅሱት
ね
ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ሶስተኛ ዲግሪውን ፒኤችዲውን ገና የ20 ዓመት ወጣት እያለ መያዝ ነው።
それぐらい知
በዚህ
っ
ሙያ
て
ለዚህ
る
ማዕረግ
今は
በመብቃትም
カムラ
ከፈረንሳይ ዩኒቨርሲቲዎችም አልፎ በአውሮፓ ጭምር የእሱ ክብረ ወሰን ለመሆን የበቃ ይላሉ። ኧረ እንዲያውም
ま
እስከ
さか
ዛሬ
ね
ድረስ
あん
ክብረ
な
ወሰኑ አለመሰበሩ
あと残ってた
ይነገራል።
まだボーム本当にチャタムなびっくりしたな
ፈረንሳይ ፓሪስ ሶርቦን ዩኒቨርሲቲ የተወሰነ በሆነ እድሜም 23ኛ ዲግሪውን በስነ ጽሑፍ ቢጨርስም ጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር ግን እውቀት በቃኝ የሚል አለመሆኑ ነው ገራሚ። ለዚህም ወደ ጀርመን አቅንቶ በሙኒክ ዩኒቨርሲቲ ዘመነኛ ስነ ልቦና ሳይኮሎጂ ማጥናቱን ይጠቀሳል። ጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር ስነ ልቦናን ማጥናት የመረጠው ለምክንያቱ ነው ይላሉ የታሪኩ ጸሐፊው።
こちらです。
風景同じやったんでな、やっぱりこうやって撮ったんか、こういう状況やな。そうでしょ、同じやった風景はやっぱ保存する観点がやったから無理やったから、やっぱ32ギガバイトか無理やったからと思う。
やっぱりいたか、大竹の入れ墨。
あまりこんな
汚職は NG。やっぱりね、習主席は急に脱官僚だ。反汚職。こそ大文化大文化。そうね。
完成曲来るらしいな。
なあ、料理でびっくりしたな、文化。
この前来たからな。
ね、中層の国境線ぶつかったらしいな。中層冷戦ぶもう知ってたから教科書を読んでるよ勝敗もああ中国でもなんか言ってるこの辺りでドンパチやったからソ連戦北京のなソビエト大使館インビテーションやんだよそういうラバー売り来たよみんな就任かジョージア当時ねサーカスにこっち行ったわけ結局捕まってたスポッチョやっちゃったここ編入したんでね今コソボここでなグレネールさんもそうコソボと同じセルビアの中ユーゴスラビアのはいよ全然報道されないスプートニクの映画も私アルバニアブッチャーさん好きやなチャーさんね意外とイスラエル訪問してね情報は人もな人はね却下されたなんかきっとね情報もらってねあんまり日本はチェゲバラさんぐらいまあ生命どういうの来たアジアできるそうだねなんかオーストリアハンガリーのオリンピックあったなまあ彼もコソボ冷戦までブルドーザー革命で失脚したラニオン通じばか知ってるかな聞いてたなこんな目に短編もなかなか取れんので電車で無理やわ危ない休暇と称してガチでした俺はいもう隠蔽し天皇制やし非公式会合やって俺は師匠やったマジで攻撃してるわ 京都とは言ったらね、そこはね、もう最後のジェイコー・ロスチャイルドのジェイロックだった白沢に原因やったんだ。ね、人はクロアチアのです。クロアチアですよね。ボイボディだ。弱ねえな。結構過激らしいな。セリアモンテネグロっていうのはこうやって意外と登録もやるのは最初やジェフリーさんの字が脱退してたいなと思う。インドネシアのスカングさんの有名か東ティモール方面がそういうオーストラリアの相手介入撲殺したんじゃないかコーストリア。ここはいい子はいいですか。あれ臨時セールらしいな。ねえ、俺の件ってみたら滞在中にあるなんてどこ移動さんと首都圏やこれはね、私ID で言ってもみんなが逆に HI やだってよう言っといていいのに知ってるから東地区2001年に独立したこれもね、こここれと AI と CCI とかね、あれ今ポルトガルとブラジルやっぱねすごいね作るかだからここ知ってるからようやくトランプボール中東トランプボール何がセルビアとコソボ報道されてんだしな よね。やめたきたんだ。すまんな。
በ9 ዓመት አባቱን ያጣው ሕፃን የማሳደጉን ኃላፊነት ወሰዱት። ሁሉ ዛሙስ ናሞቹን በሙሉ ወደ ድህነትን በካቶሊክ ገዳማት ይማሩ የሆኑ ጆሴፍ ሬትዚንገር የተቀላቀለው በካቶሊክነት አክራሪ አስተምህሮ ይከተላል የሚባለው የጀሱት ቀሳውስት ገዳም ነበረ። ይሁንና ከ3 ወራት በላይ በገዳሙ መቆየት በዚህ ምክንያቱ ደግሞ
日本語で出てきてるっていう司さんが差別にびっくりした。やっぱりの中に毛があるの原口さんが全部指揮してるんですよ。大使館物置のからって知ったら悪い大使館前じゃない脱出らしいな。もう日本占領する気ないって言ったよ。あれ賠償金終了。意外とねユーザーがあるんですよ。言っとくけどね、ここはね、厳しいらしいね。川橋ねとかいいなとメッカ厳しいらしいね。これはと思いますね。የበዙ ቋንቋዎችን ልክ እንዳፍጠው በጽሁፍም በንባብም የሚራቀቅባቸው ስለነበረ ይበልጥ ደረጃውም ይነገራል። እንዲሁም ሆኖ ከባለጠጎች የመሳፍንት ልጆች የድግሳቸው ታዳሚ መሆኑ አልቀረም። በተለይ ከሁሉም የላቀ የመግባባት ተሰጥኦ ኖሮት ሁሉም የሚከቡት ነበር ይባልለታል። ከሙዚቃ ደራሲዎችና ቀማሪዎች እስከ ሰራዊት ደራሲዎች ከያንያንና የተውኔት ሰዎችም እንዲሁ እነዚህ ደግሞ ከመላው አውሮፓና ከአሜሪካ ባለጠግነታቸው የተነሳ ለጥቂት ዓመታት ከ5 ሚሊዮን ዶላር በላይ ያፈሩት እንደነበሩት ለማሳያ ይጠቀሳል። የበዙት ደግሞ ተሻገሩ በየሙያቸው ከሀገር አልፈውም በዓለማችን ለመታወቅ የበቁ ናቸው። በዚህ ረገድ ደራሲዎቹ ፍራንኮስ ማሪያክና ጆሴፍ ኮናር ይጠቀሳሉ። በተለይ ጆሴፍ ኮናር የልብ ባልንጀራው የሚባል ነው። ከባለቆቹ የመሳፍንት ልጆች ድግስ ሳይቀር ከመላው ዓለም ከመጡት የገዢ ዘሮች ጋር የጠበቀ ግንኙነት የመሰረተ በትምህርቱም የላቀ ደረጃ ማስመዝገቡ አልቀረም። በዚህ ማሳያ አድርገው የታሪኩ ጸሐፊዎች የሚጠቅሱት ጆሴፍ ሬትዚንገር 3ኛ ዲግሪ ፒኤችዲውን ገና የ20 ዓመት ወጣት እያለ መያዙ ነው። በዚህ ዕድሜ ለዚህ ማዕረግ በመብቃትም ከፈረንሳይ ዩኒቨርሲቲዎችም አልፎ በአውሮፓ ጭምር የእሱ ክብረ ወሰንን የበቃ ይላሉ። ኧረ እንዲያውም እስከ ዛሬ ድረስ ክብረ ወሰኑ አለመሰለኝ። ፈረንሳይ ፓሪስ ሶርቦን ዩኒቨርሲቲ ክብረ ወሰን በሆነ ዕድሜም 20 ዓመቱ 3ኛ ዲግሪውን በስነ ጽሑፍ ቢጨርስም ጆሴፍ ሬትዚንገር ግን እውቀት በቃኝ የሚል አለመሆኑ ነው በራሱ። ለዚህም ወደ ጀርመን አቅንቶ በሙኒክ ዩኒቨርሲቲ ዘመነኛ ስነ ልቦና ሳይኮሎጂ ማጥናት ይጠቀሳል። ጆሴፍ ሬትዚንገር ስነ ልቦና ማጥናት የመረጠው በምክንያት ነው ይላሉ የሳይንስ የሰው ልጅ የሰብዕና የባህሪ መሰረታዊ ጠባዮችን ጠንቅቆ ለማወቅ ካለው ፍላጎት ይመነጫል ባይ ናቸው። በዚህ ሊዘልቅበት ዘለው የፖለቲካ እንጀራና የመሪነት ደረጃ ሰዎችን ለመዘወር የስነ ልቦና እውቀቱ እንደሚያስፈልገው ማመኑ ነው ገፊ ምክንያትም ይላሉ። በዚህ ልጆች እየመረጠም ከሊቃኑ ጋር ወዳጅነት መመሰረቱን አይዘነጋውም። ወደ ጣሊያን አቅንቶም በፍሎረንስ እንዲሁ ትምህርት ወደ እንግሊዝ በእነዚህ ሀገሮች ያጠናው ዘንድ ያተኮረው ደግሞ ምጣኔ ሀብትና ፖለቲካ ነው። ለውጥ ፈላጊዎች ከሚባሉት መሪዎች ጋር ቡድኑ የፋቢያን የቡድኑ መሪዎች ደግሞ በስተኋላ ባለም ፖለቲካ እንደመሆኑ ሲል
ጆርጅ በርናርዶ እና ቢያትሪስ ዌድ ናቸው። ይህ የፋቢያን ማህበረሰብ በማለት የሰየሙት በዓለም ላይ ለውጥ ያመጣል የሚሉትን የፖለቲካና የምጣኔ ሀብት አስተሳሰብ እስከ መቅረጽ የደረሰ ነው። የሚሉት ደግሞ በኮሚኒዝምና በካፒታሊዝም የመንግስት ስርዓት ዘውግ መካከል በመንግስት የሚዘወር የታቀደ ምጣኔ ሀብት በሌላው ገጽ ገበያ የሚዘውረው የነፃ ኢኮኖሚ የሚባለው ሁለቱንም ያማከለ በመሀል ላይ የሚውል ፖለቲካና ምጣኔ ሀብት ያስፈልጋል የሚል ሀሳብ ያዳበረው የዚህ አባል በሁነኛ ተሳታፊነት መስለብ የመጪው ዘመኑን ፍላጎት ጭምር ያሳየ ይባልበታል። መዘዋወር ነበር ቀጣዩ ተልዕኮ ያደረገው። ለዚህም የሚጠቀሱ አንዱ ምክንያት ከካፒታሊዝምና ከኮሚኒዝም ያልሆነ በማለት የፋቢያን ማህበረሰብ የተባለው ቡድን የቀመረውን አስተምህሮ ለማስረጽ የሚል ነው። ከግማሽ ምዕተ ዓመት በላይ እስካሁን ድረስ ብዙ ተጽዕኖ የቴክኖክራት ዘመን በሌላ በኩልም ከገዢ የመሳፍንት ቤተሰቦችና ባለጠጎች ጋር የጠበቀ ወዳጅነት መፍጠር ለሩቅ ሀሳቡ እንደሚያስፈልገው በማመን ያደረገው ነው ይላሉ የታሪክ ጸሐፊዎች። ቦታ ረግቶ መቀመጥ ያለመውደዱ ዞን ምርጫ ማድረግ በተለይም ፈረንሳይና ጀርመን የቤቱ ያህል የተመላለሰባቸው ናቸው ይላሉ። አልፎ አልፎም ወደ ትውልድ ምድሩ ትራካው ብቅ ማለት አልቀረም። በዚህም የመልስ ጉዞው ወራዊ በፖሊሽ ቋንቋ የሚታተም ሲሆን ሆላንድ ብሔርተኝነት የተሰለጠንበት ዘንድ አስቦ ማሳተሙ ይነገራል። እናም የፖላንድ ብሔርተኛ ሊቃን በሙሉ ጽሑፍ የሚለዋወጡበት ከፍም ያለ ጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር ይመኘው ወደ ነበረው ፖለቲካ ሕይወት የገባው የአንደኛው የዓለም ጦርነት ሊቀሰቀስ ጥቂት ዓመታት ሲቀሩ የመግባቱ ምክንያት ደግሞ የፖሊሽ ፖለቲከኞች ጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር በለንደን ቢሮ ከፍቶ ለፖላንድ ሉዓላዊ ሀገርነት እየሰራ የሚገርመው የተለያዩ የፖለቲካ ፍላጎት ያላቸው ሰዎች እሱን ለዚህ ተግባር መምረጣቸው ነው። እድሜ አባቱ የፖላንድን መሬትን የማስመለስ ገድል ለልጁን ተርፎ ይሆናል ይላሉ የታሪክ ጸሐፊዎች። ከሁሉ በላይ ግን በፖላንድ የተለያየ ፍላጎት ካላቸው የፖለቲካ ቡድኖች ለአንዱም አባል ያለመሆኑና ገለልተኛነቱን ሳስመረጠው ግን ብዙዎቹ ይስማማሉ። ግን የፖላንድ ሉዓላዊ ሀገርነት እውን ማድረግ በዘመኑ አስቸጋሪ መሆኑን ሁሉም አላወቀም። ምክንያቱም ፖላንድ የምትባል ሀገር በዓለም ካርታ ላይ አልነበረችምና። በለንደን ቢሮ ከፍቶም ቻናል የማይባለውን ጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር መሞከሩ አልቀረም። የወቅቱ የእንግሊዝ ንጉሥ ቀዳማዊ ቻርልስ ድረስ ቀርቦም ለፖላንድ ነጻነት ጆሮ ይሰጡ ዘንድ ሀገርነት እውን መሆን እዚህ ግባ ተብሎ ነገር የሚሰጡ አልነበረምና የሚሰማ አልነበረም። ጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር ግን እዚህ የሚጠቀሰው የአውሮፓ ሶስተኛው የፕሬስቴንቶች ባል የፖሊሽ የቦይ ስካውት አባት ከሚባለው ማልኮቭስኪ ጋር በመመካከር ቦይስካውቶቹ ፖላንድ የሚል አርማ ያወጡበት አስችሏል። በእርግጥ ልጆቹ የመጡት ሀገራቸውን ከተቀራመጡት ኦስትሪያ፣ ጀርመንና ሩሲያ ከሚያዙ ግዛቶች ቢሆኑም እነዚህ ሀገሮችም በጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር ሴራ መበሳጨታቸው አልቀረም። ግን በእጃቸው ሳይገባ ቀረም። አንደኛው የዓለም ጦርነት በተቀሰቀሰ ጊዜ የወሰደው እርምጃ ግን ለሕይወቱ ጭምር ይገርም ነበር። ጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር ወደ መንግስት የቀረቡ ወዳጆችን ተጠቅሞ ኦስትሪያ ከጀርመን ህብረት ወጥታ የተናጠል የሰላም ስምምነት እንድትፈራረም ግፊት ማድረግ ነው የዚህ ምክንያቱ። በዚህ መሀልም በኦስትሪያ የተያዘውን የፖላንድ መሬትን ነፃ ለማድረግ ማሰቡ ይነገራል። ይህም የደረሰበት የኦስትሪያ መንግስት በጥብቅ የሚፈልገው ነው ብሎ ስሙን ይፋ አደረገ። ጀርመንማ ሞት በሌለበት ፈረደችበት። በለንደን በተሰማ ጊዜ የተከበረው እንግድነት አበቃ። እናም ጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር ወደ ስፔን ለማቅናት ፈረንሳይ ገባም። ግና በኪሱ ቤሳቤስት ያልነበረምና ከችግር ላይ ወደቀ። የደረሰለት ደግሞ የልብ ወዳጁና ደራሲው ሆናርዶ ዘመን ሰጥቶ ለሚያውቃቸው ሰዎች የምስክርነት ደብዳቤ አስይዞ ወደ ሜክሲኮ ላከ።
見てここもねバスクチ
ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር መቼም ወዳጅ የሚያደርገው በመንበርም ከፍ ያሉትን ነውና ይህንኑ በሜክሲኮ ደግሞ ፕሩታልኮ ካሌስ ከበዙ ወዳጆች ይጠቀሳሉ። በስተኋላ ፕሩታልኮ ካሌስ የሜክሲኮ ፕሬዚዳንት፣ ሞሮንስ ደግሞ የንግድና ኢንዱስትሪ ሚኒስትር ለብዙ ናቸው። በእርግጥ እነዚህ ሰዎች ለስልጣን እንዲበቁ የበዛውን የሴራ ጨዋታ የከወነው ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ነው ይላሉ የታሪኩ ጸሐፊዎች። ከስልጣን ከበቁም በኋላ በሜክሲኮ የሚገኙ የነዳጅ ማውጫዎችን በሙሉ መንግስት ያለፋችሁ ከመንበር ጀርባ የነበረ መሪ ነበር ባይ ናቸው። በሜክሲኮ በነበረ ጊዜ የፕሬዚዳንት
なんか発音
ይህ የነዳጅ ማውጫዎችን የሜክሲኮ መንግስት ውሳኔ ግን አሜሪካ ምክንያቱም የሀገሯ ኩባንያዎች ነበሩና የነዳጅ ኩባንያዎቹ ባለቤቶች። እናም አዲሱ የሜክሲኮ መንግስት በአሜሪካ ጥርስ ውስጥ ገባ። ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገርም የአሜሪካ ህዝብ ጠላት አለም። አሜሪካ ሳታስወግድ እንቅልፍ አይወስዳትም እና አዲሱ መንግስት ከአንድ 10 ዓመታት ብዙም ያላለፈ ሆነ የስልጣን ዘመኑ ከዋሽንግተን በተቀነባበረ መንግስት ተሰልጣን መሪዎቹ ዕጣ ፈንታቸው ስደት አሜሪካ የህዝብ ጠላት በሚሆን ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገርም በእጃቸው ሳይገባ መጥቶ ወደ አውሮፓ አቀና። ወደ አውሮፓ ከተመለሰ በኋላ ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር መቀመጫውን ለንደን ያድርግ እንጂ በመላው አህጉሪቱ የሚዘዋወር ነበር ይሉታል። በእርግጥ ሁለት ሚስቶችን አግብቶ እንደወለደው በዚህ ዘመን ተጽፏል። የሁለተኛው የዓለም ጦርነት እስኪጀመር ድረስ ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ረፍት የለሽ ተጓዥ ሆኖ አውሮፓን ማካለሉን ይተርካሉ የታሪክ ጸሐፊዎች። እንዲያውም በስተኋላ እውን ያደረጋቸውን ሀሳቦች ለአውሮፓ ገዢዎችና ባለጠጎች የሰበከውም በዚህ ዘመን ነው ባይ ናቸው። ይህም አንድ የዓለም መንግስት የሚል ሀሳብ ነው። የሚገርመው ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር መቼ የት ሀገር እንደሚጓዝና እንደተጓዘ ማንም እርግጡን መናገር ያለመቻሉ ነው። ከነማን ጋር እንደተገናኘም አይታወቅም። ሁሉ ጉዞ ለማድረግ የእሱ ሀብት እንደማያስችለው ቢታወቅም ገንዘቡንም ከማንና ከየት እንዳመጣው ያለመታወቅ የአውሮፓን ከዩናይትድ ስቴትስ አሜሪካ ጋር በማስተባበር ይፈጠር የሚለውን አንድ የዓለም መንግስት ሀሳብ በዚህ ዘመን በብርቱ ሰርቶበታል ነው ተረቱ። በሌላው ተቃርኖ ገጽታም የዘሬ አንዘርዝረኝ እንደሚባለው በሀገራችን ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር የአይሁዳዊቱ ሀገር እስራኤል መፈጠርን የሚደግፍና የሰራበትን ዘመን ነው። በወቅቱ በአውሮፓ የጽዮናዊነት እንቅስቃሴ መሪ ከነበሩት ከነ ቻይም ዊዝማንና ናሆም ሳክሎቭ ጋር ተባብሮ መስራቱ እዚህ ይጠቀሳል። የሁለተኛው የዓለም ጦርነት መቀስቀስ ግን ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ወደ ቀደሙ የፖላንድ ሉዓላዊ ሀገርነት እንቅስቃሴ መለሰው። በወቅቱ የፖላንድ የስደተኛው መንግስት የሚባለው መሪ ጄኔራል ሲኮርስኪ የስደተኛው ካቢኔ መሪና የለንደን ተወካያቸው እንዲሆን መምረጣቸው ነው። ለዚህ ምክንያት ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገርም ጄኔራል ሲኮርስኪን በአዲሱ አስተምሮ አጠመቃቸው ይላሉ የታሪኩ ጸሐፊዎች። ከጀርባ መሰረቱን የለመደበት ነውና በራሳቸው አንደበት የሲኮርስኪ እቅድ የተባለውን ይናገሩ ዘንድ ገፋቸው። ፖላንድ ሉዓላዊ ሀገር ሆና ብቅ ብትልም ብቻዋን መኖር አይቻላትምና ከሌሎች እንደ ኦስትሪያ፣ ጀርመንና ሩሲያ ካሉት ሀገሮች በፌዴሬሽን የምትተዳደር ሀገር ይህም ከምስራቅ አውሮፓም አልፎ መላው አውሮፓ የሚያካትት ሆኖ የአውሮፓ ህብረት ይፈጠር የሚለውን የእሱን አስተምሮ ከዚህም ባለፈ በለንደን የአውሮፓ ሀገሮች ተወካዮችን በሚስጥር በመሰብሰብ በሀሳቡ ላይ መወያየትና ወደ ሰነድነት መቀየር ጀመሩ። እዚህ ዋነኛው ዘዋሪ ደግሞ ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ነበርና የአውሮፓ ህብረት ሀሳብ አመንጭና ጀማሪ የሚባለው እንዲያውም ምስጢራዊ ኮሚቴ ስራው የተጀመረው በዚህ ዘመን መሆኑ ይነገራል። ሲኮርስኪ መሞት የህይወት አቅጣጫ ቀያሪ ሆነ። ጀነራሉ በመካከለኛው ምስራቅ ያደራጁትን ሰራዊት መጀመሪያ አዘው ወደ ለንደን ሲመለሱ ነበር በጅብራልታር ላይ አይሮፕላናቸው የጋየው ከካቢኔያቸው አብሮ ያለው ጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር ብቻ ነበረ ከሹመቶቻቸው የተረፈው። አውሮፕላኑ የጋየበት መንስኤ ሚስጥራዊነት ደግሞ ይበልጥ ተስፋ አስቆራጭ ነበር የሆነበት ለሱ ከጀነራል ሲኮርስኪ ሞት በኋላም ለፖላንድ ነጻ ሀገርነት መስራቱን አላቋረጠም። በጀነራሉ የፖላንድ የስደተኛው መንግስት መሪ ጋር ብዙም ባይባባም ጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር በተለይ በዚህ ጊዜም ፖላንድ ነጻ ሀገር መሆኗ የማይቀር ቢሆንም ከምስራቅ ከሚመጣው የሶቪየት ህብረት ሶሻሊስት ሕይወት እንዳትጠመቅ ቀድሞ በመመልከት ይወተውት ነበረ። በለንደን የቢሮ ስራ መወሰኑን ትቶም በሐሰት የንትሪ ሻምበል ስምና የወታደር የደንብ ልብስ ፖላንድ ከሚያደርጉት ዋጊዎች ጋር በዚህ ዘመን ነው በ58 ዓመቱ በጦርነት ስፍራ በጃንጥላ ወይም ፓራሹት በመዝለል እስከ ዛሬም በስሙ የተያዘ ክብረ ወሰን ያስመዘገበው። በፖላንድ ምድር ግን እንደፈለገው ተልእኮውን መወጣት አልተቻለውም። ሰራዊት ዘንድ የተመደቡ ሰዎች ለጠላት ያደሩ ነበሩና መርዝ ሰጡት። መርዝ ሰጪዋ ሴትዮ መጠኑን በማሳሳቷም ለጥቂት ተሞተረ። እዛን ያህል ደጋፊዎች ነበሩትና በህብዮ ማምለጫ መንገድ ለለንደን የታጠረበት ጭምር ያጋለጠበት የፖላንድ ነጻ ሀገር መሆን ሀሳቡን እርግፍ አድርጎ በዚህ ምክንያቱ ደግሞ ከሶቪየት ለጥቂት ዓመታት ትቶት ወደ ነበረው የቀድሞ የአንድ የዓለም መንግስት ሀሳቡ ተመለሰ። በዚህ ጥድፊያ ደግሞ የሚሆነው በቅድሚያ የአውሮፓ ህብረት መሆኑን አላውቀውም። እናም የአውሮፓ አህጉር የሚል ዲስኩር አዘጋጅቶም በመላው ሀገሮች እየዞረ መስበክ ጀመረ። ከለንደን እስከ ሮም በሁሉም ሀገሮች የመንበር ገዢዎችና ባለጠጎችን በስብሰባም በግልም እያገኘ ሀሳቡን መስበክ መደበኛ ስራ ሆነም። የቫቲካኑ የበስተኋላ ጳጳስ ጳውሎስ ስድስተኛ ገና ካርዲናል ሞንቴኔ እያሉ በአውሮፓ አንድነት ሀሳቡ ያጠመቃቸው በዚህ ዘመን ነው። ካፉ ላይ ለሰከንድ የማይጠፋውን ሲጋራ እየማገን ከመኪና ወደ ባቡር ከዛም ወደ አውሮፕላን እየተጋባም በአውሮፓ ሀሳቡ በቀደመው ሁሉ ወጪውን ማን እንደሚሸፍንና በእርግጥ መቼና የት እንደነበረ ከነማን ጋር እንደተገናኘ ታሪኩን አጠና ሊሆን ያለማወቃቸው ናድፋቱ ሰምሮ እንደ ጎርጎሮሳውያኑ አቆጣጠር በ1948 በሄግ የደች ፓርላማ የፓን አውሮፓ ጉባኤን በሊቀመንበርነት እውን አደረገም። የአውሮፓ ዓለም አቀፍ እንቅስቃሴ ተብሎ የተመሰረተውንና አህጉሪቱን አንድ የሚያደርገውን ስራ ይወጣ ዘንድ ኃላፊነት ያለበት ተቋም የመጀመሪያው ጸሐፊ ለመሆን በቃም። ለዚህ ተግባሩ ከ5 በላይ ሀገሮች የክብር ሽልማት ሊሰጡት ቢያስቡም እሱ ግን ፈቃደኛ አልነበረም። እንግሊዝ እንዲያውም የሀገሪቱን ታላቅ ሜዳሊያ ልትሰጠው ስነ ስርዓት አዘጋጅታ ነበረም። በስነ ስርዓቱ ላይ ሳይገኝ በእንቢታ አልተቀበለም እንጂ
ከጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር ጋር በብዙ ሀገሮች በከፍተኛ ስልጣን ላይ ካሉ ሰዎች ጋር ያለው ግንኙነት እጅግ እሱ
やっぱあいつもマイクロチップだよ。中島みゆきさんとな。やりませんでしょ。
የአውሮፓ የምጣኔ ሀብት ትብብር ሊግ የሚባለውን ከሌሎች ጋር በመመስረት አውራው ጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር የመሆኑን ሀቅ ዛሬም በክብር አጎናት አነሳዋለች። ጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር ግን በዚህ የአውሮፓ አንድ መሆን የተነሳበት የዓለም አንድ መንግስት ሀሳብ መገደብ እንደሌለበት ቀድሞ እናም አሜሪካን ከአውሮፓ ጋር የሚያጣምር ህብረት መፍጠር አለም። በዚህም ነው ስሙን እስከ ዛሬ በክፉ የሚያስነሳውን የቢልደርበርግ ሚስጥራዊ ማህበረሰብን የመሰረተው። ከአውሮፓና ከአሜሪካ በፖለቲካም ሆነ በምጣኔ ሀብት ከዛም አልፎ በልሂቅነት እጅግ ተጽዕኖ ፈጣሪ ታላላቅ ሰዎችን በኔዘርላንድስ ቢልደርበርግ ሆቴል በመሰብሰቡ ነው ቡድኑ ስሙን የወረሰው። ስብሰባውን የመራው ራሱ ጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር ሲሆን የቡድኑም የመጀመሪያ ጸሐፊ ሆኖ ተመረጠም። የቢልደርበርግ ሚስጥራዊ ማህበረሰብ የመጀመሪያው ስብሰባ አጀንዳም ሆነም የተሳተፉ ሰዎች ማንነት እስከ ዛሬ ሚስጥር ነው። በየዓመቱ በከፍተኛ ጥበቃና ሚስጥር ስብሰባው እንደቀጠለ ቢሆንም አሜሪካና የአውሮፓ የፖለቲካ መሪዎች እንዲሁም የዓለማችን ባለጠጎች ይሳተፉበታል ቢባልም አሁንም የቢልደርበርግ ቡድን ሚስጥራዊ ማህበረሰብ ወይም ሴክሬት ሶሳይቲ ነው። ይህ ማህበረሰብ ዓለምን ከጀርባ የሚዘውር መሆኑ ይነገርለታል። ያሻውን ሰው ከመንበር ላይ ማስቀመጥም ሆነም
あれね、クローンかと思った。
የፈለገውን ሀገር አፍርሶ መልሶ መገንባት
急に俺が
ይባልለታል። በፈለገው ሰዓት ያለ ምንጣኔ ለኪሳራ መዳረግ እንዲሁም አትራፊ ማድረግ ለቢልደርበርግ ሚስጥራዊ ማህበረሰብ እጅግ ቀላል።
一時噛まれたこと。
ከሁሉ በላይ ግን የጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ስም ከቡድኑ መመስረት ጋር በመያያዝ በክፉ የሚነሳው ቢልደርበርግ ሚስጥራዊ ማህበረሰብ የሴጣኖች አለቃ ሉሲፈር ተከታይ ነው በሚል ነው። ሰው ከመገበርም ጀምሮ የቡድኑ አባላት ለዚህ አምልኮ የከፋ ኃጢአት ይፈጽማሉ ይባላል። አንድ የዓለም መንግስት አንድ ሃይማኖት በሚልም የሉሲፈር መንግስት ባለሚመጣ ዘንድም ይተጋል ይባላል። የምስጢራዊ ማህበረሰብ አባላትም አሜሪካ እስከ አውሮፓ፣ ከእስያ እስከ አፍሪካ ብቻ ምን አለፋቸው በመላው ዓለም በፖለቲካው ስልጣን እጅግ የገነኑ የሀገር መሪዎች የዓለማችን ሀብትን የጠቀለሉ ባለጠጎች በመሆናቸው ያሻቸውን እያደረጉ ነው ይባልላቸዋል። የቢልደርበርግ ምስጢራዊ ማህበረሰብ ከተመሰረተ በኋላም ለ6 ዓመታት በጸሐፊነት ከመራ በኋላ በ72 ዓመቱ በሳምባ ምች ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ቢሞትም ስሙ በክፉ የሚነሳው ለዚህ ነው። በልጅነቱ ለምንኩስና ተጠርቶ በስተርጅናው የትችቱ ያመክሮ ትንታኔም ቸር ያሰንብተን።
いや、どうした。プラハっていうか、プラハって、あれ早いって、あれなんかこう、ね、上にウクライナ語あるからいいし、覚えといて、ゲイなのよ。ね、いろいろ集まらないとこいつもみたいな。フランスのアラビアを使っている。ああ、まだじゃないか、こっちはアンバスだ。意外と埼玉にそっくりだと思う。どうやってや。これ意味は変にね、さすが。大体俺のやつは上でしょ。けど、でもなぜかそうと。だって俺サメとか。さっき名古屋港水族館か。乗ってないんす。アバーラさんたち、去年の声優は。来たよ。安保闘争現場。ここね、2020年に行ったんやけど、予約制だって気づいた。誓約書書いてよ。ようやく入場できた。久々に行ったんだよ。シャチみたいな。
Ça, c'est la chose principale. On se connaît après, pendant les repas et après le dîner, on parle ensemble. Alors, il y a une espèce d'ambiance qui aide beaucoup pour ça. Très souvent, comme résultat effectif que entre deux familles, les malentendus qui ont existé ont été éliminés. On dit, ah ben non, c'est plus on dit une telle et telle chose. Bon, si c'est comme ça, alors on est plus fâché. Et ça, c'est déjà très bon de notre point de vue, si on peut arriver à un résultat de telle sorte. Et on ne fait jamais de révolution, jamais de réconciliation. On parle sur le sujet, voilà. Et les participants sont
それしようか。あ、いやまあいやまあ、挟みじゃない。びっくりした。おい、じゃあこれに行こうかな。東大で行こうかと思ったらね。
Chaque année, il y a quelques-uns qui sont plus ou moins réguliers. Là, et dépendant sur le sujet que nous avons chaque année, les amis de chaque pays
転した柳さんは責任取って辞めたと同時にさ活動してなんか銀行の関係者よく若いよ貯金庫やっぱりなタイトル戦争資金稼いだ多分改善でヤンマだ分からんかった初めて見たささやかに呼ばれた方がいい
Personne n'avait pensé que ça pourrait se développer en 73. Mais ça, c'était le thème. Et aussi, les mêmes choses sur lesquelles on discute aujourd'hui dans le monde, une possible collaboration entre les pays producteurs et les pays qui ont besoin des matériaux.
頭の中で思ったよね。クライさん、オケで言ったもんな。有料会員だけど。そう、有料会員だけど、そう、みんなにさ。ああ、よしよし、幹部になるよ。したら。あなたに結構面白いね。
Il y a quelques années, la question de futur des universités et de l'éducation générale dans le monde libre. Choses tout à fait différentes du sujet de l'autre année, de cette année. Ça dépend.
On a discuté la question des universités juste avant les événements de pêche.
Oui, ça c'est vrai. Ouais.
Et il n'y a pas une...
Parfaitement raison de faire cela. Bon, si on comprend ça, on peut s'adapter en tout cas pour avoir un compromis. Peut-être, on ne sait pas.
もういいや、あいつ。
Nous n'avons jamais entendu
出てくれって言ったよ。
aucun de nos trois, je crois, quelque chose de positif.
お、出てくれって。
Comparé avec vous, vous connaissez le bon mot à New York de deux avocats américains qui se rencontrent et un dit How's your wife et l'autre dit Compared to what? Et je crois que quand on parle d'efficacité des réunions internationales, il faut comparer avec les autres réunions internationales.
Je pourrais peut-être le dire de la façon suivante. Le fait que les participants différents viennent encore chaque année avec plaisir nous montre que nous faisons quelque chose de bien. Sinon, on n'aurait pas les participants, des gens importants qui veulent venir ici ou n'importe où pour 3 jours pour discuter les uns avec les autres. Alors, ça c'est pour nous.
れはわかんない。なんだよ、俺の最近やな。最近やな。そうそうなんだ。そういう活動してたよ。あれは藤井が勝手に。
Great tradition. You know, I think about what we do, and I think about who's the chairperson of everything that I do, and that's my wife. And so I'm going to let her speak. I just want to say one thing. Thank you very much, the Carnegie Endowment. Thank you very much for the incredible support that you give staff to so many organizations, so many deserving people. One of the things that we so much enjoy is being able to help others. It doesn't matter whether it's in the arts, whether it's in education, sciences, healthcare, and just seeing people thrive from what we're able to do. And one thing I learned many years ago, and I heard it from I think one of the other great philanthropist, David Rockefeller, in which I asked him, what should I do? I'm a young person. I'd like to get involved with some organizations. He said, whatever you do, don't just write a check, but get involved, get personally involved. And that, to both Mary Jose and to me, has been the greatest pleasure that we've had, giving our time, giving our effort, and then seeing the results. So I'm going to turn it over.
Thank you so much. What can I add? I have to say that we're both honored and humbled to be here. I say humbled because looking at the achievements of Andrew Carnegie, who presciently and with great generosity really invested in the future of this country. And you look at the 22 institutions that he created and think of how relevant and critical they are to our community. That is truly humbling. We're honored also to be here with other recipients which we focus on attention, we focus on attention, trying to accelerate the rate of discovery, bringing bench to bed more quickly to improve the quality of patient care and health outcomes. We focus on education, notably helping less fortunate but highly motivated students to get through high school, to excel in high school, but also to get through college, so that they can both strive and thrive in their adult years. And finally, we try to devote a great deal of our attention to the arts and culture. The arts and culture that afford us a new way of looking, a new way of thinking, that expand the landscape of the mind, that improve quality of life. And I'm very thankful to all of you and to the Carnegie Corporation, and especially to Martin Gregorian, who has encouraged us and inspired us in directing our giving and in growing our philanthropic involvement. But I would be remiss if I didn't also thank the people to whom Judy alluded to earlier in her remarks, the millions and millions of Americans who every day give, not only financially, but give of their time, who volunteer to make their communities better. We hear a great deal about hate and intolerance these days, but every day, millions and millions of Americans, all through the nation, are living and upholding the definition of philanthropy, the love of humanity, and I thank them profoundly.
Standing here, the center of our nation's power, I can think only of everyone who's been made to feel powerless by their abusers, by a system that failed to protect them. Parents whose children have been murdered by an abusive partner, women who suffered domestic violence yet are not believed, children who've suffered life-altering trauma and post-traumatic stress at the hands of the people closest to them. That's why passing this law is one of the most important votes U.S. senators will cast this year. The ugly truth is that violence in homes is normalized in our country. Try to stay calm when you're witnessing someone you love being harmed. Try to stay calm if after you were strangled and you find the courage to come forward, you discover that your chances of proving the abuse are now gone because no one took into account the different ways bruising presents on black and brown skin, and they failed to check properly for signs of injury. I am in awe of the parents who, after the murder of their children, have fought to change the law to protect the next one. Most of all, I want to acknowledge the children who are terrified and suffering at this moment, and the many people for whom this legislation comes too late. The women who have suffered through this system with little or no support, who still carry the pain and trauma of their abuse. The young adults who have survived abuse and emerged stronger, not because of the child protective system, but despite it. And the women and children who have died, who could have been saved.
Hi everyone, George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to Illuminati Silver. We tell the truth about silver. Today is Saturday, the 26th of February, 2022. And we're publishing our Gold and Silver Weekly Update for the week ending the 25th of February. And what a turbulent week it has been. Certainly one to test traders' nerves, that's for sure. So let's take a look. Well, looking at gold and silver, we can see that gold fell $8 last week, falling from 1897 to 1889, having hit a high of 1974, the highest in 8 years, and a low of 1881, a fall of 0.4%. In sterling terms, gold finished the week at £1,409. That's up £13. And in euros, it closed at €1,676. That's unchanged. Silver did better, proportionally. It rose 30 cents, rising from $23.97 to $24.20, having hit a high of $25.64 and a low of $23.71, a rise of 1.25%. In sterling terms, silver closed at £18.10. That's up 47 pence. And in euros, it closed at €21.53. That's up 0.36 euros. The gold to silver ratio fell from 79.1 to 1 to 77.8. Like equities, cryptocurrencies were extremely volatile, and Bitcoin ended up down $717 and currently stands at $39,257. It was down over $5,000 at one stage on Thursday. The Dow Jones closed on Friday at 34,058. That's up 834 points on the day and down 21 on the week. The S&P 500 closed at 4,385, up 95 on the day and up 37 on the week. And the Nasdaq Composite closed at 13,694, up 221 points on the day and up 146 points on the week. Looking at oils, which were also quite turbulent, Brent crude closed at $97.93. And that's up a whopping $4.39 on the week, though it did touch $104, and had it stayed there, obviously would have been up around $10 for the week. And WTI crude closed at $91.59. That's just a rise of 52 cents. So WTI crude prices, whilst they also rose quite considerably, underperformed Brent crude. The dollar index stands at 96.61, and that's up 0.57 on the week, though again it was well over 97 and a quarter during the course of Thursday. Now, we concluded last week's video with the following forecast. We see gold trading between 1850 and 1950, and 1825 to 1975 as outliers. We see silver trading between 23.25 and 24.75, and 22.75 to 25.50. Well, we're pleased we extended the gold outlier range to 1975, based on the possible invasion of the Ukraine, and to see gold peak at 1974, $1 less, was indeed gratifying, as was the fall back to our normal trading range by the end of the week. The difference between its high and low for gold was $93, which was the largest for some considerable time. Silver closed well within our normal trading range and operated within it for much of the week. The invasion of Ukraine did, however, push it 14 cents higher than our outlier range. If only we'd said $25.75 instead of $25.50. The difference between its high and low for the week was $1.93. Again, like gold, one of its largest moves for some considerable time. Obviously, price movements were dictated by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which caused gold and silver prices to skyrocket and equities and cryptos to plummet, only to recover again later that day, which was an impressive turnaround. Indeed, so much so that yesterday we published a video entitled, "What Will It Take for Gold to Hit $2,000?" And we've placed a link to that below. Please do listen to that. It covers some interesting aspects that tie in also with our gold price forecast that we published earlier. Now, whilst all eyes were on Russia last week, some interesting economic data was announced by the United States. Market manufacturing and services flash PMIs were higher than expected, as was the consumer confidence index. Initial jobless claims were down, as was continuing jobless claims. On the negative side, though, PCE inflation, both monthly and year-over-year, were higher, as was, though, real consumer spending for January. Both actions must now suggest a rate rise shortly in March. Now, before we take a more in-depth look at gold and silver, it's worth looking at what data is coming out of the US this week. Monday, we have the Chicago PMI for February. Tuesday, market manufacturing final PMI and the ISM manufacturing index for February and construction spending in January. Wednesday, we have the ADP employment report for February, which may suggest what's going to happen on Friday. And on Thursday, of course, the regular weekly jobless claims and the market services final PMI and the ISM services index, both for February. And we have factory orders for January. Then on Friday, the all-important non-farm payrolls, unemployment rate, and average hourly earnings are all for February. So an important week, and in our view, the final determinant week, as far as data is concerned, to enable the FOMC to finally make up its mind about interest rates when it meets on the 15th and 16th of March. Geopolitically, we still have Russia-Ukraine issue, which will no doubt continue for some time. And this will capture most of the headlines for the duration of the next week, we suspect. So what is gold looking like technically? Well, it's resting at a major support level of 1888, which is where the 10-day moving average rests. And it has obviously psychologically strong support at 1850, and then extremely strong support at the 50-week EMA at $18.08. Resistance is seen near June's highs of 1,916. The MACD histogram is suggesting consolidation. We should not ignore the fact that gold still fell, though, even as the dollar value also fell on Friday. Like gold, silver prices also fell after their burst forward on Thursday morning. Support is seen near the 10-day moving average of 23.93 and resistance at the 200-day moving average of $24.21. Like gold, the MACD is suggesting consolidation. Russia has said that it will consider talks if the Ukraine lays down its arms, while the Ukrainian president stated last night that they will continue to fight. So once again, a prediction for gold and silver this coming week is going to be extremely difficult, and almost again entirely dependent on Russia and Ukraine. That said, there is important economic data being presented, which is likely to have an effect, especially towards the end of the week. So with this in mind, we see gold really trading between 1840 and 1940, and 1810 to 1960 as outliers, though we will be surprised if it gets that high. We see silver trading between 23.50 and 25, and 22.75 to 25.40 as outliers. What do you think? Please do share your thoughts. Meanwhile, thank you for listening. If you haven't done so, please subscribe to the channel. Not forgetting to press the bell sign so you're notified of our videos as we publish. And as always, we wish you a safe, enjoyable weekend and prosperous week ahead. Illuminati silver owners come from a background of banking, international wealth management and economics. Having now retired from these worlds, we are not qualified to give investment advice. Therefore, this and other productions must not be deemed to be giving such advice and merely represent the personal views of its owners.
Liberal democracy can survive the current period of disruption, but it's going to have to change. The volatility and the risks that we are witnessing across much of the Western world are anchored in some very deep changes that have been swirling beneath our democracies, that have been coming for many years and still have a long way to run. They relate to strong feelings of distrust in the political system, widespread fears over the perceived destruction of ways of life, national identity, big worries over deprivation, the way in which the economic settlement is playing out, and weakening bonds between the mainstream parties and ordinary voters. Those four currents have been with us for a very long time, before the Great Recession, before the arrival of Facebook and Twitter and big tech, but they are now producing very substantive political effects, and they will continue to produce substantive political effects. So liberal democracy has to change. It has to make its political systems more representative. It has to ensure that people feel that their nations and communities are secure and have strong and robust external borders. And it also, over the long term, needs to devise an economic settlement that ensures that everybody feels that they are relatively getting the gains and the benefits that other groups in society are getting as well. Very big challenges, no clear answer as to now. The ball is very much in liberal democracy's court.
So bringing trilateral to Slovenia means also bringing Slovenia to trilateral. And as you know, David Rockefeller Fellows had a pre-program. It is our pleasure that we connected them at the MCHEM breakfast with Slovenian Business Society. They were talking about the global issues and how connected the world is, with some local representatives and even some members of trilateral. It is also our pleasure that the former Prime Minister, who is the current Minister for Foreign Affairs, Dr. Miro Cerar, had the time to meet with them and discuss where the Europe is today and where the Europe is going. And of course, we have finished our program with amazing lunch with Professor Diana Zohar.
ありがとうね皆さん。
No, liberal democracy will not survive in an unchanged form. It has not been changing enough to accommodate the vast, speedy development of the internet and of the communication technologies. And it has been changing too much, given the rather static nature of men.
Social, and it's very hard to predict when they end up. Parliamentary drama, a drama inside the Conservative Party, and a drama in the country at large. I do not think it is certain that the British will be.
Protectionism is never a good solution for trade, because in the long run it will endanger the competitiveness of everyone. The European car industry, whether you talk about OEMs or whether you talk about such suppliers, is very competitive, is export oriented, is very successful on world markets,
but most of the companies are not only delivering cars to other parts of the world, they are also producing cars in those parts of the world, whether it's in the United States, whether it's in China, whether it's Southeast Asia, where they have a lot of success. That means in the long run, free trade is always the better solution for economy and for the countries which want to safeguard jobs and prosperity.
Quantum leader is a new paradigm leader.
相風屋さんでもこう
Who realizes that the world is holistic. All things, all people, all problems are interconnected. There are no others. There is no separation. I am you, you are me. Thus, a quantum leader would say the problem of inequality very differently, or the problem of identity very differently, because we are not separate, atomistic, isolated individuals, and our problems are not separate, isolated, and atomistic. A quantum leader is ethical, is moral, has compassion. A quantum leader is self-aware. A quantum leader celebrates diversity. A quantum leader asks fundamental questions, always questioning him or herself, questioning assumptions, questioning the way things have been done, questioning the norm. Someone who lives at the edge of chaos, who shakes things up, who thrives on uncertainty, who thrives on chaos. A quantum leader is filled with compassion, and a quantum leader feels called to lead, called to serve. There's a sense of purpose, a sense of higher meaning in his or her leadership. A quantum leader is a servant leader. He exists to serve others and to serve the world. Indeed, to serve the universe.
書いてあった各種内容ですね。そうなんかなんだな。なんだ。貴族とやめよう。
大丈夫か？ごめんね。
関係じゃ切りたいな。ねえな、奥さんがなぜ消えた。里見は自分。ああ、てんつ。
Well, there's no simple answer to the issue of asymmetric attacks on democracy. The point being that you can disrupt elections in a democratic elections in a democratic country. It's rather difficult to do it with an authoritarian regime. They really don't have genuine elections. And so what are you going to do when you are attacked? I think we need a broad range of responses, beginning with looking at our electoral systems to ensure that they are proportional, so you don't have the kind of issues you had in the U.S. presidential elections, where because of the electoral college system, some states had far more weight. I think we need to look at the kind of electoral systems we have and make sure that we get a broad representation rather than a simple binary decision of a first-past-the-post election system. We need to think about our asymmetric advantages. We have rule of law. That's pretty important. It's interesting. The authoritarian regimes all place their money abroad in places where there is rule of law. Because an authoritarian regime, you can just lose everything all at once. Someone takes your money. Whereas in the West, or a rule of law country, then that's unlikely. Well, maybe we can make it more difficult to keep your money here. Or we can be much more transparent. Definitely should be much more transparent about ownership. After all, much of the money laundering from the authoritarian states that are attacking it goes through anonymous shell companies, issues that need to be taken up by government authorities in order ultimately to defend democracy.
Well,
there's no simple answer to the issue of asymmetric attacks on democracy. The point being that you can disrupt elections in a democratic elections in a democratic country. It's rather difficult to do it with an authoritarian regime since they really don't have genuine elections. And so what are you going to do when you are attacked? I think we need a broad range of responses, beginning with looking at our electoral systems to ensure that they are proportional, so you don't have the kind of issues you had in the U.S. presidential elections, where because of the electoral college system, some states had far more weight. I think we need to look at the kind of electoral systems we have and make sure that we get a broad representation rather than a simple binary decision of a first-past-the-post election system. We need to think about our asymmetric advantages. We have rule of law. That's pretty important. It's interesting. The authoritarian regimes all place their money abroad in places where there is rule of law. Why? Because in an authoritarian regime, you can just lose everything all at once. Someone takes your money. Whereas if it's in the West, or rather in a rule of law country, then that's unlikely. Well, maybe we can make it more difficult to keep your money here. Or we can be much more definitely should be much more transparent about ownership. After all, much of the money laundering that we've seen from the authoritarian states that are attacking it goes through anonymous shell companies. These are again issues that need to be
taken up by government authorities in order ultimately to defend democracy. 疲れたね。
プランですね。有料会員幹部に怖いわ。
Silicon Valley provides a unique ecosystem, basically in some sense a network of having a very strong university that's very applied, that is all about working with the real world, doing basic research and then trying to put that basic research into the society. An important thing I think is also that it's a social network of sharing. Is that basically in California there is no non-compete, so people move around freely, and this means that the flow of innovation is much faster. The other important thing is the size, the critical mass, again of very large amounts of talent, so that companies can be scaled up very quickly. For example, in my own experience, I started working with Pinterest when there was less than 200 of us. 3 years later, there is a few thousand of us.
自民党再建発表者にも最悪公明党と合併して公明党そんなもん盛り込んでたんじゃないか最悪な三寸前やったらほらびっくりしたこんなに復活したから苦戦してたらしいな
Innovation is about moving fast, and it's not so much about building walls and figuring out how to do the next step very carefully. It's really about running and iterating fast. And if we run and iterate fast, then the success will be there, and kind of the little details don't matter that much. And I think this is important from the viewpoint of university, letting the research be put in the public domain and really benefit the environments in which the university's professors operate, as well as in terms of companies sharing the information and flow of people with each other. So there is, for example, in Silicon Valley, a lot of different seminars, people from one company visiting the other company, sharing quite openly actually what they are doing, writing academic papers, again talking about their latest solutions, so that we are all up to date and the entire system can help each other in terms of making the most innovation, the most progress in the short amount of time. Because I think the question is not can we innovate, but the question is or can we invent something. But the question of innovation is can we be the first ones to do something. So it's as much about the speed as it is about the substance.
We had a really good discussion today. Reviving the European dream is what we really want. The next year will be an election for the European Union, for the Parliament of the European Union, and it is really important that there will be a strong mandate. One of the challenges we are facing at the moment is still the migration crisis, and also the priority of the Austrian presidency is security and the fight against illegal migration. So we had a good discussion today on all these topics, and of course there are different opinions on this. But in general, we are always on the same line. We want to have a solution for the European Union and for Europe. Safe external borders and legal migration, because Europe will need it in the end. But people still have in front of their eyes the migration flood in 2015, and therefore it's really important to have a good solution, and a solution which will be implemented in all the countries of the European Union to have a resilient European asylum system.
Migration is currently one of the key issues of European citizens, and my view is that it will remain so, especially because migration is here to stay, and it will probably increase in numbers and complexity because of the political consequences of war, the terrorism, but also because of the climate change. I think, in my view, migration is needed in Europe. I think it's something that we can benefit from, and I think that we need to change the narrative on this. First and foremost, us as politicians. Actually, the demographic of Europe says that migration is something that we will need in the future in order to maintain and to grow our economic development, the quality of life, and I think that we should also go back to the European shared values and the human values that are, I think, the foundation stone of Europe, so that together we can change, as I said, the narrative and help these people, but also help ourselves grow and develop further. Thank you.
Turkey belongs to European family. You know, there is no way that Turkey can distance itself from the realities of Europe. Today, of course, at the Trilateral Commission, we are going to discuss three scenarios: confrontation, cooperation, and membership of Turkey to the EU. In these three scenarios, of course, there are different outcomes. What I would say that confrontation between Turkey and the EU is a complete lose-lose scenario. And if it is only cooperation instead of membership of Turkey to the EU, this will be some sort of limited cooperation, and it will be a scenario in which both Turkey and the EU will not be able to enjoy the full potential. In economics, we say, you know, this is not cost effective at all. But when it comes to EU membership, I would say that this will mean full use of potential of Turkey and the EU together. This means a stronger, stable, respected, fully democratic Turkey, but this also means in the world scene a global actor of EU, peace bringing EU, welfare creating EU, employment creating EU. So I would say that in this case, membership case, the outcome would be win, win, win. So win for Turkey, win for the EU, but also win for beyond.
You will have to define what you mean by Europe and the European Union having its own army. I do not think Europe needs its own army for what I would qualify as the classical Article 5 NATO scenario. In other words, in a conflict with Russia. But Europe should definitely, the European Union should definitely develop the possibility to project hard power without the United States of America. I can imagine a scenario in Northern Africa where you have a combination of terrorism, climate change, migration. It's an ungoverned part of Africa, largely, where Boko Haram meets al-Qaeda, where al-Qaeda meets Daesh. In other words, it's not impossible. Look at the French and what they did and are doing in Mali, that you would need to intervene militarily, and then the European Union would be on its own. Second scenario, virtual but not impossible, when in the Balkans the demons of the past would raise again. And we should not repeat the situation like we had in the 90s of the previous century, where finally Bill Clinton and the United States of America had to come in to stabilize the situation. I could think about the need for border protection, external border protection, with military means. You're a bit on the border here between the military and the military police, the gendarmerie in French. In other words, if that is meant by President Macron and Chancellor Merkel with the European army, I can follow them. What we should not forget, by the way, is when you talk about European military intervention, that's why I like the qualification European army not much, is that there will always be national parliaments who will decide if those soldiers will be sent into harm's way. So they will not, I hope, talk about a European command and a European Parliament which decides this goes to the heart of the sovereignty of nations, and those nations will want to decide themselves. I see the way out as presented by President Macron of France, the European Intervention Initiative, where you can build coalitions of the willing outside the EU institutions. You can build coalitions of the willing, which you will always need for such kind of military operations. Advantage of a coalition of the willing is that after Brexit you can keep Great Britain on board, because they will not anymore be a member of the European Union. At the same time, PESCO, the Permanent Structured Cooperation, should of course continue, important project, but rather bureaucratic and rather cumbersome. So that would be my answer to the question, does Europe need its own army? Developments in these last few years are showing us that the strength of the EU relative to individual countries is not constant over time. I believe we can say that the EU is strongest towards candidate countries. When a country wishes to accede to the European Union or to the Eurozone, it tends to follow the suggestions and the prescriptions of the EU as much as possible to make progress. And that is the moment when the magnet effect of European integration is really great. And by the way, has used countries in the past, if we think of the Balkans, for example, also to establishing better relations among each other in order to qualify for the membership of the EU. Then the problem is that sometimes relative vis-à-vis member states, the EU is not so strong in terms of leading them to respect its own rules as pro-Europeans would like to see. And we can even see recent years, for example, a greater leniency in terms of allowing infringements of the Stability and Growth Pact. But then the most recent experience is how difficult it is for a country to leave the European Union if it so decides. And the monumental example of Brexit shows us that vis-à-vis a member state which wants to leave the European Union, the European Union still has quite a remarkable power. We have seen in the case of the negotiations on Brexit, the EU displaying really unexpected unity among the 27, also thanks to the skills and determination of Chief Negotiator Michel Barnier. And we are seeing how difficult it is for the EU to get its act together. And this, in my view, should be also kept in mind by countries here and there where governments play with the idea of perhaps leaving one day the EU or the Eurozone. They better keep in mind that it is tremendously difficult. If it has been, it is proving to be so difficult for a country of the standing, the experience, the administration of the quality of the UK. I don't want to imagine other specific examples of countries where the politicians sometimes say, let's get rid of the EU. Not only I have no idea where those countries would end up, but also they would suffer very, very much in the process.
here's what I think. The vision of a European army is actually a useful vision because it is good to know what the long-term goal might be. But is the European army something we can put together right now? No. And why not? First and foremost, because the European Union does not even have the mechanism to come up with clear political decisions and to speak with one voice in crisis. So the first step which we in the European Union need to take together is to change our decision-making process. We need to go from consensus to qualified majority voting. We need to learn that all of us, whether we are 27 or 28, will only be listened to, will only be respected, and can only be a military actor in the world if we speak with one voice. And that requires majority voting. So that's step number one. And the next steps are capabilities, and we will need to work on that also. And then we can think of the long-term vision of a European army.
When one thinks about the 2015 migration crisis, it is true that we have gone a long way as a European continent. And we've gone a long way because in 2015 we were hit with a massive crisis. Hundreds of thousands of migrants coming to Europe's shores. And that is not the case anymore. It is true that the overall numbers have decreased. But is that enough? Is it enough to just look at the overall numbers? Or should one also focus on what's happening within each EU country? And I say that because there are certain EU countries, such as Greece, such as Italy, such as Spain, which have taken a far greater hit than others when it comes to migration crisis. And yes, the numbers are overall down, but problems do persist in countries like the ones I just mentioned. So the question one needs to ask is, has Europe done enough in order to alleviate the effects of the crisis throughout the entire EU 28? Has Europe done enough in order to share burdens? And I say that particularly because when one looks at the figures regarding relocation of refugees across Europe, then one will realize that not enough has been done in that direction. And so one is led to the question, what kind of Europe do we want? Do we want a Europe where we all share the benefits of Europe, or do we also want a Europe where countries also share burdens?
What can we do in order for democracy to survive? So I would like that to be the main theme for our conversation, and I can simply leave it with that and ask you, so what does it take and what can we do?
Well, I should tell you first what I've been talking to you about. So, my wife and I have been delivering city tours since January. And I've spoken to about 250,000 throughout the US and Canada. Some in Europe, mostly in the UK and Scandinavian countries, coming back here in March and April to go through the south and the east. When I speak to audiences, I always watch because I never speak to the crowd. And I always listen to the entire audience because what I'm trying to manage when I'm speaking is put everybody in the same place so that there's dead silence. Because if there's dead silence, that means that everybody's concentrating on the same thing, and The most reliable means of silencing an audience of 2,500 people, regardless of where that is around the world, is to make a strong case for the relationship between suffering, meaning, and responsibility. And the case for suffering, I think, is quite obvious, because one of the things that I point out to my listeners is that life has a tragic element. We're all perfectly aware of that. And that we're subject to that as fragile, finite creatures. And that tragic element is amplified by the malevolence at a psychological level and at a social level. And that's the reality we find ourselves confronted with eternally in some sense. And that the proper antidote to that is not the pursuit of happiness, and it's not even the existence of the individual rights that are part of the substructure of democratic society, but the willingness to accept voluntary responsibility for those preconditions and then working to rectify them. And the corollary of that is that it's almost inevitably the case that people find the meaning that sustains themselves through suffering and that enables them to be motivated.
意外と太陽にどうなってる太陽
And it's surprising that a message that has that much weight, let's say, that no frivolity, let's say, in that. Silence is peace. Can democracy survive? Well, first of all, if you ask the typical person in a democratic society whether they would like it to survive, you're going to resounding answer that is going to be yes. The people who are working to undermine it are a tiny radical fringe on both ends of the political distribution, let's say, with a disproportionate amount of exposure and power. And the people in the middle are lost in some sense without a uniting narrative. And a huge part of the narrative that has united democratic countries since their foundation isn't the doctrine of rights. It's not the doctrine of individual happiness. It's the doctrine that the individual is the sovereign foundation of the polity and maybe of the cosmos itself, which is something that I happen to believe, given the important role that consciousness plays in existence itself, and that it's useful and necessary to call to people and to remind them of their responsibility as sovereign individuals. And so I'm encouraging people to develop a vision for their life, to adopt full responsibility for themselves in a manner, and not in a manner that pertains specifically to their narrow self-interest or happiness, but to something that's much broader in scope, to think that each person should take on the voluntary requirement to take care of themselves, but also their future selves, because each of us is a collective that stretches across time, and whatever you do impulsively in the present merely means that you sacrifice yourself in the future, and that's not a sustainable or intelligent solution. And you want to take on responsibility for yourself and your future selves in a way that's of maximum benefit to your family. If you can manage that, and then perhaps if there's something left over in terms of your capability, then you can do both of those things in a way that maximally supports and serves the community. And for many young people, that's something they've never heard. We've made a very bad case all of us, I would say, that each of these people, each person has that sovereign responsibility, and that if they adopt it, that actually constitutes something of singular importance it's an old religious idea in some sense that each person has a soul, let's say, that is somehow a center of reality itself, and that needs to be manifested in life itself, and that if it isn't manifested, then something of tremendous value is not brought forward, and worse, and this is the end of the case, let's say, and worse, to the degree that that's not brought forward, then something hellish moves in to take its place. And people understand this sort of thing a lot more clearly than you might think if you explain it to them as if they could understand. And then it gives them a series of purposes that straightens out their life. And so my sense is the way that you revivify democracy is by remembering its fundamental insistence that the individual is the cornerstone of the state, and everything you can possibly do to fortify the individual. Simultaneously, the individual is the eyes of the state, the living individual is the eyes of the dead state, and the living individual revivifies the state. And to the degree that we forget our concentration on the sovereignty of the individual, the divine sovereignty of the individual, that matters, then we undermine the foundation on which democracy is based. And then people look for alternatives. They search for meaning elsewhere, extremist movements of one form or another, or they collapse into a kind of nihilism that's completely counterproductive. And so, well, so that's been my experience.
Well, now it is the end of the Hijra meeting, which was a great meeting. We have had excellent discussions, we have learned a lot, and we have thought a lot. And now I hope to see you in Paris next June. It will be a plenary session, and all of us, we shall be there. So please do come to Paris.
So this morning we had a session on the future of mobility, and we actually discussed what does it mean for the auto industry and what does it mean for the cities. If you look at the auto industry, there has never been as much change as there is today. On the technology side, with connectivity, electrification, autonomous driving, on the social domain, with sharing, more urbanization, new ways of working, and also on the regulation side, where it's about emission control and standards, and also on regulation for managing congestions in the city. So we actually covered that. We also talked about what does it actually mean for the cities, how will actually the traffic evolve if you have more AVs and mobility through AVs, what would be levers to actually work on getting a mitigation on traffic, basically how to heighten traffic from vehicles, what would be the impact of sharing more cars, basically having smaller bus-based autonomous vehicles, and actually how we can deal with based pricing, how we can actually work as a city to make the whole model mix work and get to a better We had a session on the future of mobility, and we actually discussed what does it mean for the auto industry and what does it mean for the cities. If you look at the auto industry, there has never been as much change as there is today. On the technology side, with connectivity, electrification, autonomous driving, on the social domain, with sharing, more urbanization, new ways of working, and also on the regulation side, where it's about emission control and standards, and also on regulation for managing congestions in the city. So we actually covered that. We also talked about what does it actually mean for the cities, how will actually the traffic evolve if you have more AVs and individual
us to actually work on getting mitigation traffic and basically just heighten shocks from vehicles. Sharing more cars or basically having smaller bus-based vehicles. And actually, how would you based pricing? How would you actually
だから日大の安全保障協定とか結びましたか。はい、やろう。これは報道されて報道される嘘だろ。
We had a conversation yesterday at dinner with Nigel I would say the crisis, the causes of the great financial crisis, and whether or not we are in a situation where we could expect new major difficulty, taking into account what we have done since the crisis that we are in 2007-2008. And I have to say that the questions which were asked by Nigel were very, very stimulating. I could embark on explaining that, in my opinion, it was very much a multi-dimensional cause that we had to cope with. We had certainly the over-indebtedness that had accumulated from year 2000 up to 2007-2008. Approximately 25% of the global GDP as an additional public and private debt outstanding. That was a major cause. Another cause was the new emerging properties of the new global finance system with the impact of technology, new IT technologies, and globalization. And amongst the properties, the emerging properties that I could witness myself when I was president of the ECB in 07, 08, 09, 10, 11 was like the contagion was taking place extremely rapidly. You know, in the old times, you would expect that a major shock here would be transmitted to the rest of the world as a matter of months or even quarters. In the new world in which we are, it's a matter of half days, and we could experience that in 2008 dramatically, obviously, with the collapse of Lehman Brothers. And we have other causes that are important because, as I said, it's multi-dimensional. But I stress that the two causes that I mentioned just now, namely these emerging properties and the rapidity of contagion on the one hand, and the debt overburdening the global economy are still there. And we, particularly as regards the level of the debt outstanding, public and private, as a proportion of global GDP, we continue to have a piling up of debt more or less at the same pace after the crisis as before the crisis. And this is worrying, and it calls for extreme vigilance, obviously, and hard work to complete all what we have done to prevent the new crisis. And if we have new shocks that are very difficult to predict, to prove resilience in the new environment which we will have to accept, because we have a recession in the US, in Europe, or because we have geostrategic events that would be very, very shocking at the global level, or for any other reason. That's what we discussed.
すまんけど、おかしくな工事としてさ、
And of course, to make our European values as attractive as possible in the global competition, which order is the better one.
Some people wonder why best practices in government haven't spread faster amongst the democracies. When you see, for example, New Zealand has solved the problem of public finance, why doesn't everybody copy it? Why doesn't everybody copy the way that the South Koreans teach their kids mathematics? Why doesn't everybody copy the way the Swiss decentralize their politics? And I think part of the answer is that we don't really spend enough time looking at what is best practice. I live in the United States, though I grew up in the United Kingdom. One hardly ever hears a reference to other countries' systems in the US on healthcare, except when somebody is making a completely caricatured analysis of the way, say, Canada does things. So I think part of what we need to do is stress the need to look at best practice so that politicians and voters become more aware that there are solutions to most of the public policy problems. We just haven't tried them in many countries. On the other hand, I think there's one other side to this that one shouldn't forget. Sometimes you'll meet people who'll tell you, well, the Scandinavians have worked everything out, and Sweden or Finland or Denmark has come up with the perfect solution to policy problems. That's often an argument people make on the left in the United States. But I don't think the solutions that the Swedes came up with in recent decades necessarily would work in a country as large and as diverse as the United States. So let's look at best practice, let's understand which systems deliver the best results, but let's not pretend that one size is going to fit all. Part of the reason for the success of Western civilization, which is where democracy began, was the diversity of systems and the competition between them.
I recently read that information is now the world's most consequential and contested geopolitical resource. I think that's right. Global internet penetration has revolutionized information operations, which are new, dramatically expanding in scale and scope. This is a new challenge for media organizations, which are already facing a business model crisis and declining trust. Meanwhile, AI advances confer strategic advantage to those with access to unlimited data. This is implications for privacy, but also for the information advantage that democracy is enjoying.
ないんだよ。ね、
Well, does diplomacy exist? It's not an easy question, and the answer is yes and no. Yes, in an institutional sense, that is, Mrs. Mogherini exists, she can travel, she can deliver some messages for Europe, but I would say certainly not on the most fundamental issues of foreign policy. Foreign policy, defense, security apparatus, and so forth and so on. And I cannot imagine the French diplomacy just to be the second to European diplomacy, and the same with the UK, as long as the UK is in the EU or the German diplomacy. So, in my judgment, the best merit of EU diplomacy is first to perhaps reduce as much as possible the differences between the various diplomacies of the member states. And this, as such, is not so bad. And also, I think EU diplomacy can deal with some relatively secondary as, for instance, I think the Timor case in Indonesia,
Ah.
that is an issue not at the forefront of national diplomacy, nevertheless can have some importance. So, to conclude, I would say that the real European diplomacy will exist only the day when Europeans have a clear understanding of what they want to achieve, what is the identity of the European Union still to be built. Because diplomacy, like defense, protecting the identity of the unit. And I think we have not yet reached the stage where we are able to answer this question: what is our identity? What is it exactly that we want to build?
China's rise will change the international configuration from the unipolar to bipolar, and also possibly make the world order and different from before. But it doesn't mean that the China's rise is the only factor to change the current international order. And actually, the Trump administration's policy is more challenging than China's rise to the current international order. Because China's policy tries to maintain the order, the reason is very obvious. China benefits from the present order, and meanwhile, the Trump administration believes, and China benefits more from the current order than the United States. That's why they want to change the order, and based on the ideology of anti-establishmentism. So from my side, if we're talking about what the ideology and challenging the current international order or the laborist order is the anti-establishmentism in the US and the populism in the Europe.
In economic terms, it's already shaping up to be the Chinese century. By 2014, according to the IMF, China was the world's largest economy by purchasing power parity. And in other respects, China is already the world's largest manufacturer, the world's largest exporter, the world's largest market for a great many important commodities such as vehicles. The question is whether that economic power translates into political power and strategic power, because I think most people would agree, probably even in Beijing, that America remains the world's dominant political power. And the question is, will that economic mismatch between economic power and strategic power change? And China will become the dominant power, not just economically, but politically. It's too soon to tell that, however, on that, because there are a lot of different variables. Will there be a direct conflict between China and the US, for example, over dominance in the Pacific? Will China perhaps be constrained by other things? Maybe there'll be internal disruption to China's politics if it cannot manage to, for example, maintain the current political stability. That could disrupt China's political rise. And finally, there's the question of the rest of the world, because between them, China and the US are not the whole world economy. Other major powers will have the same voyages, and at the moment it looks like most of the other major powers in the world, Japan, the European Union, are closer to the United States than to China. So there's a question whether China, even as the world's largest economy, can become the dominant political power without allies.
いや、ここにもあるんですよ。ごめん。
I think economic growth, the success or failure of it will be determined by the degree to which individual countries and regions can supply jobs for the great emerging middle classes of these countries, formerly poor countries. I think what we're likely to see in the 21st century is many people who are either liberated from hard labor or for whom there is too little hard labor to provide jobs. And what will these people do? How will they be employed? And I think that will be a major factor contributing forward. Also, even though the world population is declining, we're still in an era of massive male bulges in about 20 or 30 countries. And there's going to be a lot of pressure to provide jobs for people, whether it's in China, in Yemen, it's in Ethiopia, or wherever.
The main question of my talk is if robotics and artificial intelligence and the upcoming industrial revolution are a threat or an opportunity for the world and for manufacturing countries and also for developing countries. And the answer is still unknown, but what is sure now is that we have to invest in the main assets that are characterizing the industrial revolution, the digital transformation, competences, infrastructures, data centers, and all the tools that are fundamental and are considered enabling technologies for the future digital transformation. I also presented the differences between the US, Europe, and China, how they are integrating artificial intelligence into different knowledge and competences and scientific results. For example, in the US, they are investing very much in developing artificial intelligence for humanities, while in China, they are investing in developing artificial intelligence for agricultural application, for producing food, for example. So globalization has obtained some results in terms of being socially connected, but in terms of geopolitics, we still see many differences also in how the digital transformation is implemented in the society. Then I spoke about robotics and how the journey of robotics is coming into us, because robotics was developed for manufacturing countries, for industrial production, and robots are in manufacturing plants. But in recent years, what we have seen is the development of service robotics, which is intended to support services and the offer of services in terms of medical robotics, social robotics, educational robotics. And now what is happening is that robotics is coming into our houses by introducing some consumer products and also producing changes in the society, supporting autonomous drive or different products that are revolutionizing business and revolutionizing our life.
Very serious problem that we need to leave behind. The global agenda talks about eradicating poverty, eradicating hunger, having every child in primary and secondary education. we're often trying to achieve these things. And that means not just a few people left behind, it means literally hundreds of millions of people missing out. Take education. More than a quarter of a billion children, adolescents, not in school as we speak. How can those children, in the future, really contribute to a knowledge economy if denied the most basic access to education? So it is time for the international community to get a grip on the reality of what is happening. If we want a world that is well fed, where people don't live in extreme poverty, where education is a right, not a privilege, we have a lot to do. International development assistance is important, critical for the lowest income countries. For other countries to be prioritising their budget so that their growth is inclusive and sustainable is critical. There are solutions. What is needed is the political will to activate those solutions.
ここはね、意外と日本人出会い禁止らしい。
There are more than 70 million people in the world that are forcibly displaced from their homes, either as refugees crossing borders or displaced in their own country because of war, violence, discrimination, persecution, bad governance. Why is that? The world has become a difficult place where to make peace. We have become unable to make peace and to build peace. That's the first thing that we need to look at if we want to reduce this global refugee crisis. Meanwhile, it's very important to remember is that 85% of those 70 million people are not in the rich world. They are in poor countries or middle-income countries. So the effort, and the new effort, not just humanitarian, but medium, long-term effort, founded on sound development, both for refugees and for host communities, has to focus on those countries. We have now a global compact on refugees. We will have the first ever global refugee forum in December this year in Geneva. These are opportunity to rally broader coalitions of actors, not just states and the United Nations, but also the private sector, the business community, civil society, academia, to forge new ways to respond to the global refugee crisis and to finally address strategically its root causes.
来てるから事故だよ。あと勘弁した。
The question that you're raising, will Syria find a long-lasting peace? Well, the Syrian people deserve a long-lasting peace. Think about it. They've been 8 years now in a horrible conflict which became from local, regional, and frankly international. So the answer is it must be yes. Now, how to do it is where the challenge is coming. And the only way to do it is actually to end the military conflict because there is no solution. There is not just a war. There will never be just a military solution. Any new constitution, elections under the UN supervision, that would be a way to do it.
Well, I'm delighted to be able tonight to address the members of the trilaterals and their guests. And I think my focus will be tonight on three things. One is that multilateralism has been the bread and butter of many of us, certainly at the IMF, and we believe that it has been critical in order to address many of the potential disorders of the world. Multilateralism is under threat at the moment, and I think that we have to make every effort to rejuvenate it, adapt it, and make sure that it continues to help govern, particularly the economic developments around the world. That's message number one. My second message will have to do with the much more longer-term consequences of short-term policies and mechanisms, and that is really the consequences of climate change. I believe that many of the issues that we're debating at the moment will mean absolutely nothing in 20 years' time if we have not acted now in order to make sure that the planet remains something that is hospitable for our children and grandchildren. And my third message, which will not surprise any of those who know me or my friends, will have to do with inequality, and in particular the inequality that women have to suffer and have had to suffer for a long time. And while inequality as such is a major disruption, I believe that by addressing women's situation and the inequality that they face, it will help quite a way in reducing inequalities. So we'll try to do that tonight.
We're living through an era of rapid and disruptive change. That's across the economy, society. What we're seeing is that nowhere is that disruption more evident than the trends associated with climate change. We're all familiar with the extreme events, the temperature rises, and the inexorable change that we're seeing to the planet's ecology as a result of climate change. But a major part of that discussion is how does energy transition and decarbonization of our energy system, which accounts for about 2/3 of carbon emissions, how will that impact climate change, and can we enter an energy transition era rapidly enough to mitigate carbon that will take us to a safe future? This is already happening. Renewable energy today is cost competitive on the grid. In a few years, renewable energy has reached 33% of the capacity of power generation. It's the fastest growing segment, and costs are increasing rapidly. So what we're going to see is a rapid movement towards energy transition that's also going to be disruptive for the business climate today. It's going to rely on geostrategic relationships among countries as countries move away from resource-dependent fossil fuel-based systems into clean energy systems. The resource is going to become technology, and technology is going to be
The low carbon economy should come because to avoid the climate change serious effort is necessary. Many of the governments are trying the new technologies, new regulations, new rules to that direction. But the IEA, International Energy Agency, assessed the current effort is not enough. We need much more efforts to introduce new technologies about renewables or carbon-related technologies, efficiency in the difficult sector, in the industry, and the new regulations. So we need really double or triple our efforts to make it happen. One of the areas which IEA focused on is hydrogen. Hydrogen can be used to store the electricity generated by wind or solar, which is very volatile, and storage is the key element. So battery may not necessarily be enough, so hydrogen can be used. And also hydrogen can be used for steel, cement, some of the industries where the decarbonization is very difficult. So that's another area. The third one will be the hydrogen could be the new transformation for the sectors of the oil or gas producing country. If they can remove carbon dioxide from oil or gas or coal, then these hydrocarbons change into the very friendly, climate-friendly resources. So this may prevent the hydrocarbon as a stranded asset. So maybe the hydrogen is one of the key areas. We need lots of infrastructure building, technologies are necessary, but hydrogen may give us a good chance to achieve the sustainable future.
占領者四国射撃場という国です。そのクラシックの展開性です。
The challenge of dealing with disinformation narrative is that it's not enough just to check the facts, because by definition, any disinformation narrative doesn't have good facts. They make their facts up. They're actually lying. This is why it's disinformation. So the challenge with disinformation actors is that the thing they have in common is they're really good storytellers. They tell a story that people want to believe. A lot of the time they will appeal to anger, they'll appeal to fear, and they will try and stop people thinking, they'll try and get people so enraged that they switch off their critical faculty. That means that for those of us who are trying to challenge these narratives on a daily basis, it's a much more complex challenge than just presenting the facts. You have to have the ability to tell the story. You have to find an emotion to appeal to, which will actually get people to think. Now, fortunately, there is a model of story which works. If you think of the detective story, that's a story where you're putting together evidence and you're telling the reader, this is what happened, this is why it happened. And it appeals to a different sort of emotion. It appeals to curiosity, it appeals to problem solving. And so a lot of the challenge of dealing with disinformation is presenting the story of how the disinformation was created, how was the trick done, and you can lead people on the story and you can show them this person is telling you that here is a video of somebody attacking a voter at a polling station yesterday, but actually look, this video showed up on CNN 4 years ago in a different context. You can share that voyage of discovery with the person you're talking with, and then they will realize how the trick was done, but it will also sensitize them that the next time around, they'll be looking for that same trick. If you teach people very simple skills like searching for a photo online or searching for a video online, you can actually make them proof against that kind of news content and real content, not just today, but every time this kind of thing comes up. And so really dealing with this information, you have to have the facts, but you have to teach the skills as well. You have to give people the ability to solve the problems for themselves, because then you'll be appealing to their curiosity, you'll be appealing to their problem-solving senses, and you'll be appealing to their sense of pride in actually exposing the story in the first place. And those are the kind of emotions which will then counter the anger, the fear, and the hatred that disinformation actors try to create.
Cities are one of the greatest innovations of all times, and what's interesting right now is that urbanization is, alongside with the digitalization, very, very strong economic force and force for innovation. As more and more people move into cities and metro areas, and urban areas were important during the industrial era, but they are increasingly important in a knowledge-based economy. And what's interesting, especially for a person like me who comes from a small city like Stockholm, is that there seems to be room for cities outside the megacities as well. There are some really interesting drivers of innovation that are smaller or mid-sized cities, amongst which Stockholm is actually one, but there are a number of examples. And what is important if a city wants to become an outlier or a hub for innovation is collaboration. If you look at urban innovation especially, you need to have a strong public-private partnership. The mayor needs to gather people from private sector, from academia and other stakeholders around the table and work together to solve problems. And I think we see that to a quite large extent right now, and I hope we'll see more of it going forward.
時々これあれなんかこれなんて言ってないか
I have to say a meeting globally
Asian Pacific and
と思います。
European
ああ
was very, very multi-dimensional, if I may. Multi-dimensional, great tradition of the Trilateral Commission by the, I would say, experiences of the members, by the sensitivities of the members, by the fact that it was, of course, non-partisan, multi-sensitivities meeting, also because the issues
Wow,
that they addressed were very, very multi-dimensional. In all respect, we addressed issues that were of geostrategic nature, issues that were of economic nature, profoundly economic nature, issues that were environmental issues and challenges. And we addressed also these particular challenges for societies that populism, so-called populism, represents, which is also a largely multi-dimensional issue. So I think it was the trilateral at its best, and also it was the occasion
大阪の海選手ね。こっそりジャマイカやから保留届出すわけだった。ああ。運転してないな。ゲームも。
First, let me mention that the trilateral is called trilateral because there is not only the new hemisphere, the US, Mexico, Canada, but also Europe and also Asia. And of course, the whole of Asia at a global level is important. As regards new dimensions for the Trilateral Commission, not only we confirm all of the values, democratic values, human rights, and always goes with a democratic society, but we also reinforce our values as regards multilateralism, international cooperation, in the best sense of the term. We also said that we would like to be more responsible at the level of the trilateral as a whole, with a new initiative in particular, having display of videos to sum up some of the issues that we would have addressed, and also with the idea of making known at the level of the Trilateral Commission all publications, articles, interventions, books that would be displayed or published by the members of the Trilateral Commission. All this, of course, as part of transparency and also as part of being more influential if it is possible. We also have given a mandate to the three chairs to see in which direction we could be more proactive in terms of display of our ideas through various forms. So this is something which we consider very important and is one of the major conclusions of the Billderberg which took place in Paris.
基本的に彼はミヤネ屋書きたんだ。ねえ、トルコ来たんだ。イランの機関だ。
Hello, I'm Megan O'Sullivan. I am the new chair of the North America group of the Trilateral Commission. I wanted to take this opportunity to say a few words about the Commission and about our future. As you may know, the Trilateral Commission is a storied institution, an organization with 46 years of history. History of having an impact on big ideas, on bringing people together across different sectors and across three different geographies, that of North America, Europe, and Asia. But we are on the cusp of a new chapter, one that builds on that history, but really reorients ourselves and puts us in a position to make an impact in a very, very different world. And the reason why I have such confidence that the Commission can remake itself is because there is a need, and the Commission is well suited to meet that need. And that need is quite simply that in this day and age, in these political landscapes, the need is simply for more organizations, more individuals, more entities to take up the mantle of defending a rules-based order, an order that values and is committed to democratic principles, ideas like free trade and human rights. And we also have a need for more
ideas to help us tackle new challenges, or certainly challenges that are new to this generation. And there are many reasons why I think the Trilateral Organization is so well poised to meet this need. First and foremost, we are an organization that at its heart is a community of countries that share a common set of values, that share these commitments to these ideas about democracy, about free markets, about the rule of law. And secondly, we have a membership that spans policy, business, and academia and media. And that allows us to bring minds together and experience to bear on problems that are no longer just the purview of one of those sectors. The things that need to be thought about today, and where we need new solutions and prescriptions, are the ones that are at the intersection of business and policy. Whether it is the contributions that private sector organizations can make to combating climate change, whether it is figuring out the ideas that will drive the reform of capitalism, or whether it is understanding the impact of technology on our systems. All of these things need business, government, and others at the table to help with. Now, of course, to realize this potential for the Trilateral Organization to meet this need, we are going to have to do some things differently than we have in the past. First and foremost, we are going to have to recognize, as a group primarily of democracies, we need to spend some time looking at ourselves, looking internally, saying what's happening with our own institutions, what is the health of our own institutions, and how is that situation affecting our ability to cooperate across national lines and deliver global problems to pressing global solutions. So we're spending more time talking about things like populism and the impact of technology on our own societies. Secondly, we've got to think about impact differently. Traditionally, we're an organization that has had impact based on the very nature of our relationships. We're an organization of people who have close ties to national governments, and often the ideas that we debate in private inform our own perspectives and inform our discussions and deliberations and conversations with people in positions of power. That will still be true, but today we need to think about having an impact on the broader debate. We no longer live in a world where governments are the only ones that can influence the future. In fact, increasingly, we have to think about other entities as being the real engines of change, and be that corporations or universities or even individuals. We need to think about how to shape the conversation, how to bring those groups in, to have investment in and commitment to solutions, and we need to move ahead whether or not we're able to get our governments to agree with our prescriptions and recommendations. So in short, it's a really exciting time to be part of the Trilateral Commission. I'm deeply honored to be the new chair of the North America Group, and I look forward to working with all our members and my colleagues from other regions to realize this vision. Thank you.
So I'm Jane Harmon, and the question is, what is the future of political parties? I can speak to the U.S. more than anywhere else. I was a member of our Congress for 9 terms and left because it became so partisan and dysfunctional. At the Wilson Center, we study this, and there are some remedies to the problems. But bottom line, in the U.S., our tradition is 2 parties only. In Europe, there are multi-party systems in most countries, and we're seeing the rise of populist parties. In the U.S., we have no populist party. We have a Republican Party that is now dominated by our president, and we have a Democratic Party where most of the noise is coming from the far left. What we don't have is anything to represent the center, and that is the challenge for the U.S. going forward. That is something I work on, and that is something that the Wilson Center is hoping to improve, because if we are to convey at least a majority view in the United States, essential to making our foreign policy and domestic policy effective, we need to reach for the center so that we have both parties participating. And hopefully we'll advance that goal here at the Trilateral Commission. So I'm Jane Harmon, and the question is, what is the future of political parties? I can speak to the U.S. more than anywhere else. I was a member of our Congress for 9 terms and left because we became so partisan and dysfunctional. At the Wilson Center, we study this, and there are some remedies to the problems. But bottom line, in the U.S., our tradition is 2 parties only. In Europe, there are multi-party systems in most countries, and we're seeing the rise of populist parties. In the U.S., we have no populist party. We have a Republican Party that is now dominated by our president. We have a Democratic Party where most of the noise is coming from the far left. What we don't have is anything to represent the center. That is the challenge for the U.S. going forward. That is something I work on, and that is something that the Wilson Center is hoping to improve. Because if we are to convey at least a majority view in the United States, essential to making our foreign policy and domestic policy effective, we need to reach for the center so that we have both parties participating. And hopefully we'll advance that goal here at the Trilateral Commission. So I'm Jane Harmon, and the question is, what is the future of political parties? I can speak to the U.S. more than anywhere else. I was a member of our Congress for 9 terms and left because we became so partisan and dysfunctional. At the Wilson Center, we study this, and there are some remedies to the problems. But bottom line, in the U.S., our tradition is 2 parties only. In Europe, there are multi-party systems in most countries, and we're seeing the rise of populist parties. In the U.S., we have no populist party. We have a Republican Party that is now dominated by our president, and we have a Democratic Party where most of the noise is coming from the far left. What we don't have is anything to represent the center, and that is the challenge for the U.S. going forward. That is something I work on, and that is something that the Wilson Center is hoping to improve. Because if we are to convey at least a majority view in the United States, essential to making our foreign policy and domestic policy effective, we need to reach for the center so that we have both parties participating. And hopefully we'll advance that goal here at the Trilateral Commission.
コンフラップやったよね。安保闘争だな。襲撃受けてると思う。大変避難したいのに。自分ができるかと。
The first objective, the one of intermediation, has been badly eroded by technology, by the social media, because people have direct access to the politicians, to society in general, to make their demands directly to the people. However, nothing has replaced the means to access to power. And the problem that societies in the world all over are facing these days have to do essentially with the fact that governments have been unable to perform well. So I believe that the real problem is not political parties, but the lack of ability of governments to deliver in poor conditions. Governments have been unable to deliver for very obvious reasons. First of all, because it's much more difficult to govern in the era of information. Because governments no longer have control of the sources of information. Because they compete for information and for communications with people in general. So the real problem is not political parties. The real problem is that societies in the world are lacking legitimacy. It's interesting to watch that there are a few governments in the world that know how to govern and have succeeded in maintaining the legitimacy of their systems. And in those countries, the political parties are not moving. So the real issue for looking forward is to create conditions for the people to have access to the political process without undermining the legitimacy of those societies. And that's not something easy to accomplish. It'll take a dramatic effort of leadership, not necessarily from politics. It'll take an enormous effort of society and the people to be able to create new forms of participation within which the political parties will always be important. The political parties, however, are fragmenting and responding to the issue, the reality of fragmentation of societies, and they are not likely to be the ones to lead this process. One ought to look only at the election in the United Kingdom a few weeks ago to realize that this is likely what is likely to happen. There, the Brexit party, which is not looking for power, it's just looking for an issue, was the one who succeeded. So the citizens around the world are going to have to be much more responsible in creating conditions for accessing power and for making it possible for stability and legitimacy.
Okay, go is that. Also to
The best way for companies to serve the digital revolution is to build trust with their customers and to build trust with their employees. One of the ways in which companies can do that is to have frank conversations with the workforce, to sit down with workers and their unions and to say, look, here's the challenges that we're facing, but importantly to ask them, how can we best get there? Because all too often, a lot of the solutions that a company can put in place that will make a real difference, the employees know the answer to that.
出たからエシロンが見合ってたわ。荒れてるから無理。となぜ
The best way for companies to serve the digital revolution is to build trust with their customers and to build trust with their employees. One of the ways in which companies can do that is to have frank conversations with the workforce, to sit down with workers and their unions and to say, look, here's the challenges that we're facing, but importantly to ask them, how can we best get there? Because all too often, a lot of the solutions that a company can put in place that will make a real difference, the employees know the answer to that.
Multilateralism is not only the best, in many cases the only way in which you can deal with global issues, because we're dealing with global challenges and therefore you need global solutions, you need multilateral solutions. They take a little longer, yes, of course, but once you get it, then they will stick around for longer and you will get greater ownership, and therefore you will tend to have more effective solutions. The other way is that, of course, multilateralism is always about who is stronger in a bilateral relationship. And therefore, by going multilateral, what you do is you balance and all the opinions count. Of course, you always have the bigger countries speak louder, but the differences are less. And also the needs of the smaller countries, the needs of the developing countries, the needs of the groups in a society that are left behind, then they are much better addressed by a multilateral approach. So yes, today we need multilateral more than ever before.
could address all the issues that are of very
NTT ウエストのグループ
science, technology, and the new wave of innovation, and also respect our fellow citizens, is attached to democracy, is attached to equality produced by the working of a market economy, a vivid market economy. So, à bientôt.
Section of the Trilateral Commission. I think it's been a great meeting. I think we've been able to have a dialogue on a lot of the issues that are of concern to all of us. Where are we going on the climate issues? How is the digital transformation going? What is the security really going to look like in the digital world? Where is Russia heading? What are the Americans up to? What will be the consequences of Brexit? So virtually all of the issues that are topic of concern to us Europeans at the moment have been on the agenda in these particular 2 days in Stockholm. And then I think we have also been enjoying the company of this very diverse and very interesting and increasingly young group that is the Trilateral Commission Europe.
Accepted the so-called five Federica Mogherini principles almost 4 years ago. Both sides apparently believe that time is playing on their side and they can sit on their hands waiting for something to change. However, I think that in both sides we see more and more fatigue and more intention to start gradually rebuilding this relationship. I do hope that the Normandy summit in France turns out to be moderately successful. We might see openings because, of course, Ukraine remains the major stumbling block on the way to better relations between France. If we're able to create at least some positive dynamics here, it would be easy to proceed on other issues where Russia and the European Union have common interests. I think that the relations between Russia and the European Union are in the stalemate right now. There has been no major movement in either direction since the European Union accepted the so-called five Federica Mogherini principles almost 4 years ago. Both sides apparently believe that time is playing on their side and they can sit on their hands waiting for something to change. However, I think that on both sides we see more and more fatigue and more intention to start gradually rebuilding this relationship. I do hope that if the Normandy summit in France turns out to be moderately successful, we might see new openings because, of course, Ukraine remains the major stumbling block on the way to better relations between Moscow and Brussels. If we're able to create at least some positive dynamics here, it would be easy to proceed on other issues where Russia and the European Union have common interests.
Technology is not a threat to democracy. I believe that technology can enable our democratic principles of freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and really freedom of information so that we can make smart decisions about how and where we want to take the future of our countries. I think we have to be mindful of how the technology can be used against us and educate our citizens about those risks. But I think that technology truly is an enabler of our society and that we should continue to embrace it, not refrain from it. Technology is not a threat to democracy. I believe that technology can enable our democratic principles of freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and really freedom of information so that we can make smart decisions about how and where we want to take the future of our countries. I think we have to be mindful of how technology can be used against us and educate our citizens about those risks. But I think that technology truly is an enabler of our society and that we should continue to embrace it, not refrain from it.
I think that it starts with fantastic education. We really have a foundation of education here in northern countries that doesn't kill initiative, doesn't kill creativity. And of course, that is what it takes to be an entrepreneur. You need creativity, you need to be able to take initiative. So I think that's something that is really enabling this whole thing here up in the north. And then, of fantastic catalysts, events like Slush, that are very, very different from anywhere else in the world. We actually let our young people take charge. So if you look at Slush, you know, it happens every year in Helsinki, in Finland. And when you come to this part of the world, you know, be it Stockholm, Helsinki, Tallinn, it's definitely going to be cold, dark, there's going to be slush on the ground. So it's very clear that it's not the Silicon Valley. It's much, much better. And it's much, much better because it's different. We have 2,400 volunteers from more than 60 countries that build this fantastic event called Slush. And it's really the young people, they're volunteering. They're there doing and making that happen because they want to be there, they love to be there. Not because somebody told them that, you know, please do this, please do that. But they're there because they want to be entrepreneurs, they want to make things happen. And they build this event for a few years, the best and biggest on the planet. And after that they go off and they build fantastic startups. So I think that the whole Nordic model is about enabling things and giving the people, the young people, and all of us the skills needed to be successful. We also have a fantastic safety net, so we all know that when you try to do new things, more often than not, you fail. And what do you do then? Hopefully you don't end up in the streets, you know, and die, but actually you try again. And I think that here in the Nordic countries, it's fantastic to be an entrepreneur because you're not, you know, if you fail, you're not going to find yourself without a roof over, you know, your head, but you're actually, you have a safety net, you can go out there and you can try again and again, and before you know it, you build your first unicorn, and after that, hopefully go and build the next one. So I think that is one reason why we have the highest density of unicorns anywhere on the planet, here in Nordic countries, and of course, our friends in Estonia are really in a league of their own in this. 1.3 million people, and they have 4 unicorns, Playtech, Sky, TransferWise, and now Bolt. 1.3 million people, 4 unicorns, that's more than 10% of all the unicorns in Europe, actually. So the regulation needs to get its act together. And then I think that if we look at this unicorn per capita, in China they have more unicorns than anywhere else, 200, but they also have 1.4 billion people. So if you look at China, you need 7 million Chinese people to build just one unicorn company. While in Estonia, they are much more efficient. So that's actually quite exceptional. So I think that that's something that we can definitely try to here in Europe. So let's go out there and do things, and we'll end up with lots of new unicorns.
お前ら分かってるな。今警察が
またしっかり
ありました。
ちょっと心臓が
あったこいつ。
ここじゃん見てよ。まさかな
意外と地味やった。
ここでもあったと
宮山市役所なんや。
とけ
For us in the European roundtable, which gathers the 55 largest companies in Europe, Europe's competitiveness is absolutely key. The world is changing. We see lesser of continued work for free trade, more protectionism growing in both East and West. And we as companies, we realize that we will not be long-term successful unless Europe is successful. And there are a few challenges that really stick out here. First, it's digitalization. The world is becoming digital through artificial intelligence and through the rollouts of 5G. This opens up for huge opportunities in every single part of society. But Europe is lagging behind here. We need to speed up there. We need to invest more, do more. Then we have the Green Deal. Europe is in the lead in this. And this is an area where we can take advantage of business opportunities. And it's important, of course, for the planet. So that's an area where we come together. And then, of course, we are believers in free trade or free trade under agreed rules. And this is now a threat, and we need to stand up for it. But also, we need to be realistic and make sure that we navigate this new landscape in an effective way. For us in the European roundtable, which gathers the 55 largest companies, most important companies in Europe, Europe's competitiveness is absolutely key. The world is changing. We see lesser of continued work for free trade, more protectionism growing in both East and West. And we as companies, we realize that we will not be long-term successful unless Europe is successful. And there are a few challenges that really stick out here. First, it's digitalization. The world is becoming digital through artificial intelligence and through the rollouts of 5G. This opens up for huge opportunities in every single part of society. But Europe is lagging behind here. We need to speed up there. We need to invest more, do more. Then we have the Green Deal. Europe is in the lead in this. And this is an area where we can take advantage of business opportunities, and it's important, of course, for the planet. So that's an area where we also have to come together. And then, of course, we are believers in free trade or free trade under agreed rules. And this is now a threat, and we need to stand up for it. But also, we need to be realistic and make sure that we navigate this new landscape in an effective way.
外傷じゃないですよ、本当に。本当に裁判するぞ、この前。名誉毀損罪訴えるぞ、この前。I am manipulation 訴えることやるんですか。
Of public policy and the power that it can have in moving the market. I believe in strong states that can send the correct signals to markets to move in the direction we want. What states can do is actually to promote the good and tax the bad. And states are there to promote the greatest public good. I have experiences in many parts of the world where gold and
テロリストやで。テロリストだけ。意外と女に英語あなたやってやる。
public policy has actually ramped up industrial competitiveness and the growth of markets, in particular renewable. Markets. I can state the case of Latin America, of several Latin American countries, for example, in the case of Mexico. In the past few decades, bold policy in giving a clear vision as well as renewable energy targets and leaving the markets to set up the prices was and drove the lowest solar price for renewable energy in the world in 2017. We can count that example and many other examples where bold policy has actually catalyzed an industrial revolution for the good. We are in a moment of a planetary emergency. We are both in a nature crisis as well as in a climate crisis. And if the states don't raise up the bar and put strong policies in place, it's going to be difficult to get where we want to get. Businesses are waiting, businesses are waiting, but if we don't have a common playing ground, it's going to be difficult for us to ramp up the mass of the businesses and non-state actors that are ready to act.
最がちはご迷惑なんか。
Well, on the one hand, the European Union is very well equipped. We have been doing quite a lot of trade agreements in the world in the last years. The European Union, the Commission negotiates on behalf of 28 member countries, which gives us a big strength. We just concluded agreements with Canada, with Japan, with Singapore, with Mexico.
But of course, with the changing climate, with countries not respecting WTO rules, countries being increasingly bilateral, there is a challenge there. So we are looking at how to reform our policies, of course, to be still able to do trade agreements, to strengthen WTO and reform it with other like-minded countries, but also to protect ourselves against countries who are not playing according to the rules, and to make sure that the level playing field is respected. We have changed our trade defense mechanisms. We have implemented a coordination mechanism for investment screening, and we are looking at how to sharpen our tools. And this will be a key issue for the new Commission coming in.
Because the second referendum might be the narrowest remaining EU, and that will division in the United Kingdom. And of course, if Mr Johnson wins his majority, then we've got to negotiate the new relationship on trade, on security, on foreign policy cooperation between the United Kingdom, which will remain a European power, major player in defence and security. Next door to the European Union, those 27 countries are going to be my country's most important trading partner, our closest to geographical so working that through is going to take, I fear, a year more than a year, I would estimate. And I think there's a real responsibility both on UK political leaders but also on EU political leaders to get this right. European democracy is under massive strain from Russian aggression, from a dramatic economic change that is adding to public mistrust in the way in which we do business. So getting the geopolitics right, having a constructive future relationship between the UK and our neighbours in the EU27 is important for the whole of the European democratic community.
I don't think anyone wins in trade conflicts, and even the word war is, I think, a bit overstated because wars end up being zero-sum. One wins, one loses. And in the case of trade, it should be a win-win operation. So I think the analogy is mistaken, and by closing off your own markets, you increase costs to your own people. In the United States, about 50% of imports are for commodities or intermediate goods, so if you raise those costs, you raise costs for manufacturers and consumers in the United States, or same would be the case in Europe. And in the case of the US and China, I think that we're in a very dangerous situation. I think that there are many reasons and frustrations with China. Some of them are justifiable about forced technology transfer, intellectual property rights, reciprocity. There's also concerns about Chinese security and other policies. But I think you can find allies within China on a number of the trade issues, and you actually want to try to keep pushing both sides to a rules-based system. So I think that the path that we're on with China has led to more of confrontation. And in fact, what you're probably going to need to see is some combination of competition, cooperation, and confrontation, or at least drawing lines on some issues. So I think with a country as big as China, you need a more multifaceted policy.
that gamification and game-based learning indeed is the future of lifelong learning. I believe that because as we train the new generations in the workforce, we know that we need to create materials that are a lot more engaging, that are a lot more useful, and that are going to have an impact in the way that they learn and in the way that they acquire the new skills that they need in order to remain competitive in the marketplace. What a better way to do that than through video games? As children, we learn through playing, and we believe that through gamification and through game-based learning, we can make learning fun again, not only for children, which we know is the best way to learn, but also from adults. If they play these video games, they will become more engaged, as I said earlier. They will also acquire that knowledge much more deeply, and they will be able to apply that knowledge in their daily jobs. And finally, by doing the video games through the simulators, they will be able to have experiential learning to get the feedback on what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, and learn from that.
小堀さん今大きな山でさもう検討し始めてないや
Very clearly, I think the world is moving towards secular economy. It's a necessity. When you look at water scarcity, when you look at waste pollution, everybody is now aware of that. If we want to make a conciliation between the planet for our children and economic development, we need to move towards a secular economy, and by education, by innovation, by a different way of doing business, both for citizens and also by companies, we will make this move which will help us collectively to have a planet great again. Thank you.
User-generated consumption, these are powerful forces. Similarly, digitalization has allowed the falling of distribution barriers. So not only is production much easier, but the ability to distribute it to people is much easier. And we're really living in a golden age of entertainment with many more choices than we have. And that also means a greater democratization of ideas. And again, all of this is happening on a global scale, which is really enabled by digital technology.
ああ、みんなで楽しくやってるけど全然ポケモンでも集まるようなこっそりポケモンで
I would say that the characteristics of the Nordic education system is that, first of all, we have a very inclusive system based on public funding where there should be room for all. Students are taught to think independently, a lot of critical thinking, and also quite a lot of creativity baked into our education. I would especially commend the Finnish system where they put their best teachers for the youngest students, and they use a lot of resources in preschool and also first to third grade to ensure that the children are best possibly equipped for future learning. And I believe that that's the best investment you can make, is to invest in the kids when they're really young, so
you're learning.
What is actually the biggest threat from cybersecurity for Europe? Of course, we can concentrate and focus on the security side, but I would take it a bit on the other side, that if we really go to focus too much on the security side, then it really would slow down our development. I think it is the biggest threat is that we lose competitiveness. And that is for me the whole part, because if we want to be leaders in innovation, we should also know innovation, it has two aspects. First, I think you must have a great idea, but you must be the first. So that means speed. And we must make sure that I think we have an ability to be innovative and to be the first and to have speed. So for me, that is the biggest threat of cybersecurity, to get a slowdown. What is actually the biggest threat from cybersecurity for Europe? Of course, we can concentrate and focus on the security side, but I would take it a bit on the other side, that if we really go to focus too much on the security side, then it really would slow down our development. I think it is the biggest threat is that we lose competitiveness. And that is for me the whole part, because if we want to be leaders in innovation, we should also know innovation, it has two aspects. First, I think you must have a great idea, but you must be the first. So that means speed. And we must make sure that I think we have an ability to be innovative and to be the first and to have speed. So for me, that is the biggest threat of cybersecurity, to get it slowed down.
So I was suffering from eco-anxiety. The simple answer is yes, possibly too much. Eco-anxiety is definitely triggered by the fact that we are facing a very urgent matter with climate, but at the same time, it's also because we're facing something that is very complex. It's very difficult to understand the impact of climate change, and it's very difficult to understand the solutions to reach a low-carbon economy. So in the world of investment where I am, what I see is that those who are actually acting every day to invest in climate change investments and low-carbon economy investments are actually less susceptible to eco-anxiety because they can see the result and the impact of what they do. But really what is needed to decrease this anxiety is more examples of impactful investment, change of behavior in society that would actually bring people to less anxiety.
I think we had been in a situation where U.S. and West European support for Ukraine was very well coordinated, and we were maintaining consistent pressure on Russia to begin to negotiate seriously about ending its occupation of eastern Ukraine. Unfortunately, I think now the impeachment dynamics in the U.S. have really knocked U.S. policy off the table. We don't have the people, we don't have the engagement, we don't have the same focus, and as a result, I think that takes a lot of the pressure off of Russia to negotiate. I'm hopeful that as we have a Normandy format summit, possibly on December 9th, it may take a little bit longer, that can retain some of that negotiating dynamic. But I'm afraid that right now the situation is much more difficult for Ukraine than it should be.
What is the role regime through organizing itself, through building trust, through providing public goods that a corrupt and inefficient state cannot provide. And it's not just protesting corruption. It's not just about asking for democracy and rule of law. Civil society today is working on helping the poor, helping the disadvantaged, fighting domestic violence, promoting gender equality, defending minorities. So this is actually where the European future for Russia is. And luckily, with the new communication technology, with internet, it's easier to organize itself, it's easier to inform itself, and it's easier to promote change, creating new Russia that eventually will become part of Greater Europe.
At a time when 1,000 NATO troops are stationed at the border between Estonia and Russia to deter possible Russian aggression, when President Macron is speaking about what he calls cercle concentrique, when citizens in Moldova and Georgia are questioning whether Europe and the US will come to rescue if there is a security guarantee, and when sanctions against Russia and counter embargoes have become kind of the very essence of the idea of a European security policy, well, what can we expect from Russia? We know that Putin is actually more popular than most of his competitors. But will Medvedev be a different leader than Putin? In short, can we expect a different kind of trajectory from Russia in the coming years when the bureaucratic elite inside Russia is focusing more on digitalization than what some might call modernization? As always, the views on Russia are diverging.
To some extent, the school of the future for the adult workforce will essentially not be a school. Many people will have to continue to learn, continue to reskill, continue to upskill, but they'll do that inside their workplace. We will need to ensure that at least 2 to 3 months of learning are integrated into every single year that somebody is at work. The second thing that we know is that the fourth industrial revolution is changing workplaces and the needs of the labor force so quickly that we're also going to need to quite fundamentally reform education systems. And that applies to the delivery and it also applies to the content. One, we need much more technology integrated into schools. And second, we need to ensure that young children are understanding how to apply these technologies in the future, understanding how to collaborate with each other rather than compete with each other, and understand how to apply critical thinking so that they're able to continue to learn throughout their life course.
So basically, when you look at the state of innovation in Europe, I think there are 3 fundamental trends that you need to be aware of, or these are sort of 3 fundamental facts of how innovation has been evolving over the last few years. And I would say that those 3 are: the first is that talent is being concentrated in very tight and small clusters, and this is very atypical and unexpected. We thought the digital economy would distribute talent geographically and people would simply connect to processes of different types, but the truth of the matter is that actually there's something about knowledge, particularly this formed tacit knowledge, that doesn't travel very well. So we're seeing these very tight clusters emerge in places like Boston or Silicon Valley or Hong Kong or Singapore or others around particular areas of knowledge. But the second development that I think is significant is that we're also seeing a concentration of productivity growth in very particular companies, what the OECD calls frontier firms, and productivity over the last 10 years has really skyrocketed in those firms, but has stalled in every other firm within the market. So a few firms have become highly competitive and more so over time, and others are just simply falling behind in terms of growth. The third fact that I think is significant is the geographic distribution of those companies and of innovation. So we can see that China and the US concentrate almost all of the startups that we could term unicorns that have a value of more than $1 billion today, mostly again in China and in the US. So there are big gaps around the world. There are a few in Europe. So what this depicts is a world of concentrated talent, concentrated productivity growth, and an empty hinterland with these very particular clusters of startups and innovators. And this poses, I think, major challenges to Europe. Fundamentally, I would say two. One is we need to attract these firms if we want to have high quality and numerous jobs in the future, and we need to attract these companies if we want to have fiscal traction and be able to fund public services moving forward and sustain our social contract. So if I was a policymaker, and this is my final message, and it has been in the session today, it would be we need to focus our economic policy on developing these frontier firms, providing them with the talent, providing them with the frameworks and the capacity to grow and do well and innovate and bring wealth, jobs, and tax revenue to Europe. And if we don't do this, I think we're going to face a major challenge of employment and public service funding. Thank you.
1924 on the fundamental belief and principle of making the world a better place, we take seriously our responsibility to facilitate dialogue on critical global issues. This Friday, we're hosting 3 special events on race and inequality, and we invite all of you to join us. More information on each event will be available and shared at the conclusion of today's discussion, or you can visit ctwac.org. And with us today, we are so lucky. I'm so looking forward to this conversation to have Megan O'Sullivan with us. She is also author of Windfall, How the New Energy Abundance Upends Global Politics. Megan has served as Special Assistant to President George W. Bush, Deputy National Security Advisor for Iraq and Afghanistan, and Vice Chair of the All-Party Talks in Northern Ireland, amongst many other leadership roles. She also sits on the board of Raytheon Technologies, and I know so many in our listening audience work for Raytheon Technologies. So Megan, welcome.
Thank you again. Pleased to be here, and thank you for acknowledging the difficult time our country is having now, and I'm pleased to hear that you'll be doing some conversations about that later this week.
So we have so much to talk about today, so I want to dive right in if that's all right. So from COVID crisis to an oil price war, today we're experiencing massive oil market disruption. Can you talk us through the current state of the global oil markets and how we got to this point?
Sure. As you suggested, and your viewers will be very aware, this has been an unprecedented moment in oil markets. It's been an unprecedented moment in history, but the oil markets have felt this acutely. And I would say the easiest way to describe it is that oil markets in the last 3 months have experienced an unprecedented combination of a supply shock and a demand shock. The supply shock was basically the result of a tussle between Saudi Arabia and Russia over whether they should cut production to try to respond to the increase in demand for energy that was coming out of China when China was first hit with the COVID crisis. When we look back on that conversation, it almost seems quaint because they were talking about numbers that were so small compared to the enormity of the problem that was to come. But essentially, they couldn't find an agreement, and what happened at the beginning of March is that the parties decided that they would move to a place where they would no longer restrain production to lose price, but they would produce as much as they could to capture market share, and that would shock, however, was much more significant than the supply additions that the Russians and the Saudis put on the market. The demand shock has been massive. Think about the world was consuming 100 million barrels of oil a day in February of this year. That dropped by 20 million barrels of oil a day later in the quarter. In April, maybe even more. We're still trying to get fidelity on those numbers. But a huge drop in demand that resulted basically from the immobilization of the global economy. And, this is kind of what took us to that period where we had negative oil prices in the United States. And we also had an unprecedented global response to the collapse of oil markets because it was important not just for oil producers, but also something of this magnitude had real implications for the global economy. So we did see an effort to kind of restore balance to the market in the agreement that came back in April. And we've started to see oil markets regain their footing. Prices are now back up to about $35–40 a barrel, which is still quite low, but certainly much better than it was a few weeks ago if you're looking at it from the perspective of an oil producer.
So we know that, we're going through this disruption, and oftentimes disruption or crisis present different opportunities. So how does this disruption, what potential does it have to transform geopolitics?
Sure. It's a big question, and actually, the lens that I look at this from is that energy has always been a really big driver of global politics. That's what my whole book that you mentioned at the outset, Oil Fall, is about. So often we don't think about energy as a driver of foreign policy, but it is. Energy, and if you think about oil in particular, has defined alliances. It's defined who has power in the international system. It has been the spark for wars, and sometimes been the impetus for cooperation. So, energy has always been a big driver of foreign policy. And what we see is when there are big disruptions, as the one we're talking about in energy, and oil in particular, that often leads to big changes in energy. So this moment certainly has been a big one for oil and gas and energy, generally speaking. And how its geopolitical impacts will unfold really depend on how long-lasting this disruption is, whether or not demand comes back for oil, or whether it remains tapered out for some time and it creates a window for renewables and alternatives to come forward. So I would say there's one, I'll be brief here, just trying to highlight a bunch of things, but one possibility is that this crisis really accelerates the movement towards a greener global energy mix, the energy transition that people have been talking about for a long time, but the world has been very slow to act on. So it's possible these changes could accelerate that, and that could bring about a lot of geopolitical implications in terms of removing oil as a real source of power and elevating countries that invest in technologies that have to do with renewables and a variety of other things. But even if that dramatic outcome doesn't occur in the immediate short term, we have a lot of countries around the world that are experiencing major economic duress because of this collapse in oil prices. And this is going to cause a lot of politics to shift trajectories. Saudi Arabia is one of them. Their reform efforts are going to be more difficult. Russia, it's interesting. A lot of talk about Putin's hand being a little diminished in Russia these days because of the combination of the oil price collapse and the global crisis. And we can also talk about how U.S.-China relations have been affected by all of this. So I definitely think even if we don't see a big impetus to an energy transition, although I hope we do, even if we don't, we're going to see some lasting geopolitical imprints.
So thank you, and I just want to remind our audience to ask Megan a question. Please use the Q&A button that's on your screen, and to interact with your fellow audience members, you can use the chat function. So I want to stay there for a second, Megan. Let's talk about China and the U.S.-China relationship. And do you see the potential for China to emerge as a global leader after the, during and after the recovery of this COVID crisis? Do you think China will become a driver of alternative forms of energy?
Sure. Well, there's a lot in that question. I mean, the U.S.-China relationship, like all of these questions. So, the U.S.-China relationship, is really in a downward spiral. I would say experts, people who've been watching this relationship for decades say this is really the worst moment since 1978. That's when Deng Xiaoping opened up the economy, and that it is a worse relationship than it was after Tiananmen Square, which says quite a lot. And I think it's a combination of factors. The relationship was already on rocky footing, and there was a change in there's a change in the American political attitude, both of Democrats and Republicans, about the proper way for the U.S. to interact with China, even before the COVID crisis. But the COVID crisis has really accelerated this in a pretty dramatic fashion. What does this mean, as you asked, for China's global leadership role, first just in general, and then when it comes to renewable energies? I think it's very much an open question. I think China's standing has taken a hit internationally, but I'd also point out that the U.S. standing has taken a hit internationally as well. And so I think this is true not just for the politics of both countries and for the global image and soft power of both countries, but also for their economies. And so the question is which country is better poised to recover from this, to take advantage of this global disruption and assert themselves and their leadership. Again, a lot remains open, but certainly China has shown more of a desire to do that. The United States seems to be retreating from global leadership roles rather than looking for opportunities to enhance them. But China has some, domestic challenges to handle as well. In terms of renewable energy, China definitely was positioning itself to be a global leader in that, in terms of its investments, its commitments, its national strategies, and also because the United States does not have a national strategy to be a leader in what will be an incredibly important sector for the global economy going forward. So China, I think their focus has shifted a little bit since the COVID crisis, focusing more on just ensuring there's enough economic growth to prevent social unrest. But I imagine that they haven't lost sight of the importance of green energy in their overall economic strategy.
So I'm going to incorporate an audience question, and so we're going to take a little tour around the world. We have an audience question about how has the oil crisis and the COVID crisis impacted sort of the geopolitical situation in Venezuela?
Sure. Venezuela, when you think about countries that are vulnerable to oil shocks and major decreases in the price of oil, you would immediately think of Venezuela, because over the last couple of decades, Venezuela has become one of the most oil-dependent countries in the world, in the sense that it used to be a more vibrant economy, but over the span of the last 2 decades or so, basically, Venezuela had imported everything that it consumed except for oil, essentially, and that oil played such a major role. What has happened over the last several years with Maduro in power and the United States really putting pressure on that economy is that Venezuela is still oil dependent, but its oil exports are just a mere fraction of what they were a few years ago when Venezuela was such a major oil exporter. So a massive decline in the oil price hurts Venezuela, but not as dramatically as it might have a few years ago when Venezuela was actually exporting a whole lot. That said, Venezuela is very scarce on foreign currency, so any diminution is a challenge for the regime. And COVID, we really don't know. The questioner asked about COVID. We really don't know the extent of the COVID virus in Venezuela, but my fear is that it is pretty significant, bordering on Brazil, which of course is struggling greatly with the crisis, and the fact that Venezuela has basically no safety net, no organized health system still in place to help people. So I think this is a real crisis for Venezuela. It was already a country in a real crisis, and I think that what can we expect? I think we can expect more Venezuelans to leave the country, some more regional disruption, and there's also the possibility that this could kind of unstick some of the politics in the country where Maduro had been appearing to gain an upper hand over the opposition, that maybe these two forces, the oil price collapse and the COVID crisis, will bring about some new dynamics, and hopefully some of them will create opportunities.
So let's talk about a region that you know very well, the Middle East, and how oil and the
countries are countries that certainly do not, this is not a useful, I'm talking about producers that don't want to see prices this low, but they have policy tools that enable them to kind of weather the storm. And I put Saudi Arabia in that category. Saudi Arabia can raise debt on international markets. It's increased its VAT tax by, it's tripled it in the last couple of months. It has the ability to rein in expenditures. It has policy tools to deal with it. It still is going to be, I would say, weakened by this crisis because this crisis really detracts from Saudi Arabia's ability to pursue big economic reforms, which were really the focal point of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's endeavors. And it makes it much harder to move away from an oil economy when there's no excess revenues to invest in non-oil industries. So there are impacts on a country like Saudi Arabia, but they're not as immediate as that second category of countries. Let's put Iraq in there, maybe Algeria, Oman, other countries that really don't have a lot of wiggle room. They don't have a pillow. They find that low oil prices mean they can't even pay wages, never mind fund health budgets. Security budgets are going to remain unfunded. So this could create some real economic and potentially security points of instability in the Middle East, on top of a region that we already know is struggling with all of these things.
Fantastic. So let's move in, domestically now. So in your book Windfall, you outline how the oil boom and gas produced by fracking bolstered the U.S. power globally. How will the U.S. oil industry be affected by this unprecedented swing? What does that mean for both large and smaller companies?
Sure. So this is an extremely painful moment for U.S. oil producers. We saw a remarkable shift in President Trump's attitude towards oil prices back in April. In March, he was tweeting, hey, low oil prices, that's great, good for the consumer. But he clearly had a change of heart in April when he saw how dramatic the collapse of the oil industry was and how we actually, again, moved to a position where there were negative oil prices for American oil. And it became clear that the challenges facing the oil industry threaten the industry itself, which many people regard as having national security implications for the United States. And also, I think he and others came to appreciate how big a part of the domestic overall economy America's oil industry is. One of the numbers out there is that 11 million people are employed directly or indirectly by the oil industry. So there was a shift in attitude towards this and an effort. President Trump got very heavily involved in an effort to actually get an OPEC agreement, which is remarkable in itself, such a huge departure for where the president has been in the past. This, of course, has helped U.S. industry as well as others, but the U.S. industry is still in a very, very difficult spot. To be concise, I would say that there's a lot of debate about what this is going to mean for the U.S. sector. We've already seen a contraction of production that has been very significant. People think it's anywhere from 1.6 million barrels of oil a day all the way up to 3 or 4, and this is out of a total of 13 before the crisis hit. So significant contraction. I would say just two things. One, I have a lot of confidence in this industry that it is not under threat in the way that many people have portrayed it, that it is not under an existential threat as an industry. There are companies that are under an existential threat, and there are many companies that will not survive this downturn. But this doesn't mean industry will disappear. It means industry will change. We'll see a consolidation. We'll see larger companies, more efficient companies emerge stronger and probably absorb a lot of those smaller companies. So I think we're going to still see a healthy and robust industry after this very painful period. And America, in my mind, will still remain a major energy superpower, even if its production numbers are not quite as high as they were in February of 2020.
One of the things that you have talked a lot about is the world being on the cusp of a global geopolitical reset. Can you explain what you mean by that and how oil and energy markets can set the stage for significant geopolitical shifts?
Sure. Well, it gets at what I was talking about earlier about how when you get changes in the energy markets, this really, because it the power base of countries, it creates new opportunities and new challenges to existing institutions and structures. So I'll give a different example than the ones I gave earlier. There's a really interesting question out there about global energy governance. For many of the last decades, the global energy governance has been roughly divided into producers, OPEC, and consumers, an organization called the International Energy Agency, which was founded after the 1993 Arab oil embargo of the United States and a couple other countries. So you've had producers and consumers, and they've kind of looked after their own interests, and that has been the framework for the last several decades. And what this last episode has shown us, what's fairly evident, but there was never a real impetus to look at the face, that framework doesn't really work that much anymore. If you look at the world's largest oil and gas producer, that is actually the United States, as well as the United States being one of the world's largest consumers. Actually, China, the world's largest consumer of energy, also is one of the world's largest producers of oil. So we now have this kind of, it's in flux. If a country is a big producer, is a big consumer, or both, how does it fit into the structure? And again, what we saw in April was this push to actually have a different kind of conversation between producers and consumers. This one was heavily facilitated by individual personalities. It wasn't institutionalized, but now there's a lot of conversation about, do we need a different kind of architecture for global energy governance? I'm not sure that one will emerge, but certainly it's an open question and one that could lead to a different kind and rhythm of conversation.
I'm going to bring in a few more audience questions. Back to China for a second. So today, the United States Department of Treasury announced that it will no longer allow Chinese airlines to fly to the United States starting mid-June this month. How do you think that's going to impact the U.S.-China relationship?
I think it's just another step in this downward spiral in the bilateral relationship. It's certainly not going to keep people from going to China or keep Chinese people from coming to the United States, and that's a good thing. However, I think it is a point in a direction that I find will have major implications for the global economy. And we heard a lot of talk about the possibility of China and the U.S. decoupling their economies. And I think what we're starting to see, and what I expect will gain momentum, is a movement in that direction. Some of it will be official, will be policy, like what we just discussed, or limitations on U.S. pension funds making investments in China. Some of it will be policy, but some of it will be companies who will look at the events of the trade war between the U.S. and China that preceded the COVID crisis, and they'll say, hey, we need to reprioritize our supply chains. We no longer can be so dependent on China. It shows a lot, and I think this is legitimate, this is what it's worth. There's a lot of concern about how dependent many companies and the country's economy as a whole is on Chinese supply chains. And I think, in the words of a friend of mine, also writes for Bloomberg, Muhammad Al-Arian, he said, we're going to see companies move away from a focus on efficiency, focus on resilience. And that, will have some definite benefits, but a downside will be kind of a little bit of a decoupling or a movement away from globalization. And I think this is something that should concern us all, in part because it will mean that we're going to move to a world most likely of lower growth. There's lots of implications about living in a world of lower growth, not just for the United States, but for a lot of people in emerging markets in the developing world as well.
Talk about Iran for a second. How does this oil price uncertainty impact Iran, given its high rate of COVID infection and the impacts of the U.S. sanctions?
Sure, and Iran is a country, it's remarkable to me that it's not in the news more now, because it just shows you how much news there is, right? Because really, if you're somebody who watches the Middle East, you're pretty concerned about the level of provocation happening out of Iran and the potential for the U.S. and Iran getting into an uncomfortable situation again, much like the one that we were at the beginning of January. U.S. and Iran would be involved in kind of a hot conflict. I think that the combination of the economic unrest, I mean, keep in mind Iran's economy was under major economic pressure, largely due to sanctions of the United States following the oil crisis. And the Iranian regime was also having issues related to its own credibility. One of the remarkable things of 2019 was that
市内にあってよ昼間らしい。
against the Iranian government
あれ日本公民党やな。
also seen within Iraq. So the Iranian regime had a legitimacy problem going back a year ago or many years ago, but we were seeing manifestations of it as well.
なぜか愛し合い。
The shooting down of a civilian airliner by the Iranian military. Then you have the oil crisis, which really was pretty devastating in Iran. And then you have the further oil price collapse, which hurts Iran, but very much against Venezuela. All of this creates enormous stress on the society and presumably on the Iranian government, leading us to really, I think we should be paying attention to the fact that we don't know how the Iranian government is going to react. That it could certainly be impetus for more provocation, more lashing out, and this could lead to a further confrontation with Iran. So this is definitely something that I would be watching for if our radar is overloaded with pressing issues.
We're almost out of time, but as our last question, so on the cusp of this global reset, this great opportunity, can you walk us through what your best case scenario would be?
Sure. I'm going to interpret that as relating to the energy realm, but there are other ways I could think about it because, I mean, I'd like to think, just actually moving above the energy realm, I'd like to think that the world could emerge from this moment with new patterns of international cooperation. I feel like that is what is needed. When you think about the challenges facing us, the pandemic being the most obvious and the most immediate, but climate change being another one, certainly the global economy being another one. These are elements which one country cannot fix on their own, cannot insulate itself from on its own. And so these issues demand global coordination and cooperation to address them in the best way possible, in the most equitable way possible. So to me, I think, what this moment underscores is the need for cooperation. And as an American, for me, it underscores the need for American leadership. America has, it is, I think, devastating to many people to see that America has not taken a leadership role. And in fact, has withdrawn from the WHO during this period of global need. So that's what I'd like to see. If I were putting a bet on whether that would emerge as the dominant scenario, I wouldn't place zero on that scenario. I think a lot depends on our November election. But I think that's certainly not the direction we're heading, and that concerns me. So the best case scenario, more global cooperation, more kind of acknowledgement of this critical moment and how it exposes some of the inequalities and inequities in our society, and taking the opportunity that is created by the moment and by the fact that, speaking as an American, many Americans have suddenly now overnight gotten used to the idea that the government is going to be a bigger part of their daily lives. Well, that could be a negative, but it could also be a positive if our government puts in place certain strategies that prioritize things like an energy transition that are going to be really important to our well-being.
Megan, thank you so much for joining us today. I know we've only scratched the surface here, so hopefully we'll be able to welcome you back, and hopefully in person. And stay safe and well out there.
Thank you, Megan. It's been a pleasure. Have a good afternoon.
同じやったんやな。やっぱりこうやって撮ったんか。こういう状況やな。同じやった風景。やっぱ保存する観点からやったから無理やったからやっぱ32ギガバイト無理やったからとかね。当時はたまにこんなの持っててさ。最近知ったのいつだった俺も。びっくりした。
渋沢氏がめちゃくちゃやな。渋沢か。水野だったとはな。びっくりした。まさか。ここね。すまん。まあね。あっちのメールの文庫に識してるか。多分こっちはいや、あっちやっぱりギリギリか。横浜にもあったな。しかも横浜にもあった。びっくりしたな。なんだこれ。だからなぜか1年かな。あれはあったな。名古屋文庫あったね。確か名古屋文庫あったよな。なんだとトヨタですらありな、攻め込むためにありこんな会社なにプロダクションバカなにプロダクションなにあれ司さんも
ከተመረቀበት ዩኒቨርሲቲና ከአውሮፓ ክብረ ወሰኑ እስከ ዛሬ እሱ ነው። በ58 ዓመቱ በጠላት በተያዘ ግዛት በጦርነት መሃል አየር ጃንጥላ ፓራሹት በመውረድም እስካሁን የደረሰበት የለም። ለ30 ዓመታት ያህል የተገለባትን ምድር ነፃ ሀገር ትሆን ዘንድ ቢጥርም ከነፃነት በኋላ አልኖረም። ሁሉንም የአውሮፓ ሀገሮች ሁሉንም ማለት ይቻላል ላቲን አሜሪካም ሜክሲኮ የሀገሩ ያህል ኖሮባቸዋል። የሚገርመው የኖረባቸው ሀገሮች መሪዎችን በሙሉ ማለት ይቻላል ወዳጅ ያደረግን ነው። ከጀርባም በአማካሪነት የዘወረው አልተሰወረም። በዘመኑ አሉ የተባሉ ሊቃና ምርጥ የፈጠራ ሰዎች የልብ ባልንጀራም አድርገዋል። የፈለገውን ሀገር መሪ ከአውሮፓ እስከ አሜሪካ በአንድ የስልክ ጥሪ ማግኘት የሚችልም ይባልለታል። በዚህም የተነሳ ዛሬ የአውሮፓ የሚባለውን መሰረት ለመጣል የበቃ እዚህና ሌሎችም ስራዎችና ነገስታትና የሀገር መሪዎች ታላላቅ የሜዳሊያ ሽልማት ሊሰጡት ቢፈቅዱም በዛ ህይወቱን በችግር ድሃ ሆኖ ቢኖርም ዓለምን ከእነዚህም አንዱና ስሙን በክፉ የሚያስነሳው ደግሞ ቢልደርበርግ የሚባለው የሚስጥር በንጉስና በልጅነቱ የተጠራ በስተርጅናው ለሰይጣን የሚሰራ መስርቷል ያስባለው ሁሌም በጉዞ ላይ ነበረና ማንም የት እንዳለ እንኳን አያውቅም ነበረ። ለማን እንደሚሰራም የሚያውቅ አልነበረም። ግና ከቫቲካን እስከ ዓለማችን ቶች እንዲሁም ሚስጥራዊ ማህበረሰቦች ይሰራል የሚል ስሙ ይሳል ጆሴፍ በክራካው ነው እንደ ጎርጎሮሳዊ ስለ ልጅነቱ ድርሳናት ብዙም አይደለም። ግና ቤተሰቡ ከወለዷቸው አንዳንድ ድርሳናት አራት ናቸው ይላሉ። የመጨረሻ ተጽፎ ይገኛል። የቤተሰቡ የዘር ግንድ ከአይዲ እንደ ቫቲካን ደም ተጽፎም ይገኛል። አባቱ ጆሴፍ ስታኒስላው ሬቲንገር የፖሊሽ ሊል የሆኑትን አምኖስኪ የግል ናቸውን። ሬቲንገር የተወለደባት ክራካው ግዛት እዚህ ናቸው። ልዑል ዛሞስኪ የፖሊሽ መሳፍንት ዘር ወራሽ ሆነው የግዛቲቱ ገዢ ይሁኑ እንጂ በዘመኑ ፖላንድ የምትባል ሀገር እንደ ሉዓላዊ ግዛት አልነበረችም። በአውስትሮ ሃንጋሪ ስርወ መንግስት ስር ወድቃ ጋሊሺያ የሚባለው ግዛት አካል ነበረችና አባት ጆሴፍ ስታኒስላው ሬቲንገር የልዑል ዛሞስኪ የሕግ ጠበቃ ሆነው ይሟገቱ እንደነበርም ይነገራል። ከዚህ አንዱ የአውስትሮ ሃንጋሪ ስርወ መንግስት ከልዑል ዛሞስኪ ግዛት ዛኮታን የተባለው ለም መሬት መውሰድ በመቃወም ችሎት የቆሙት ይጠቀሳል። በአውስትሮ ሃንጋሪ የዘውድ ችሎትም ጆሴፍ ስታኒስላው ሬቲንገር ተከራክረው በማሸነፍ ይህን መሬት ለልዑል ዛሞስኪ በማስመለሳቸው በፖላንድ ብሔርተኞች ዘንድ እንደ አርበኛ የሚታዩ ናቸው። የሚያባቱ የሙግት አሸናፊነት በሕፃኑ ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ህሊና የፖላንድ ብሔርተኝነትን በጨቅላ ህሊናው በመድረስ በበስተኋላ ሚናው መሰረት ሆኖታል ይላሉ የታሪክ ጸሐፊዎች። የእናቱ ማርያ ወገን ደግሞ የልሂቃን ቤተሰብ ነው። የእናቱ አባት በግዛት ንጉሥ እንደተሰየመው ታላቁ የክራካው ዩኒቨርሲቲ ፕሮፌሰርና ዲን ለመሆኑ ደግሞ አጎቱና አክስቱም እንዲሁ የበቁ የዩኒቨርሲቲ ምሁራን ናቸው። ይህ የፖላንድ ብሔርተኝነትን በሚያቀነቅን የተማረና ለመንበር የተጠጋ ቤተሰብ የተወለደውን ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ሕይወቱ ገና የ9 ዓመት ልጅ እያለ የሚለውጥ ተከሰተ ይላሉ የታሪክ ጸሐፊዎች። በአውስትሮ ሃንጋሪ ስርወ መንግስት ሉዓላዊነቷ የጠፋባት የፖሊሽ ምድር ገዢ ልዑል ዛሞስኪ የሕግ የግል አማካሪ የነበሩት አባት ጆሴፍ ስታኒስላው ሬቲንገር መሞታቸው ነው የሕፃኑን የሕይወት መንገድ የቀየረ ጉንፍ የሚባለው። በቤተኞችና በመሪዎችም ዘንድ የግዛቲቱን ምድር በንጉሥ ችሎት ያስመለሱ የክብር ሞገስ ያገኙ ናቸውና በረከቱ ለልጃቸው መቀበል አልቀረም። በ9 ዓመት አባቱን ያጣው ሕፃን የማሳደጉን ኃላፊነት የወሰዱት ልዑል ዛሞስኪ ናቸውና እናም ወጪውን በሙሉ ችለው ወደ ሮላቸው ክህነትን በካቶሊክ ገዳማት ይማር ይከበር ዘንድ እንዲያውም ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር የተቀላቀለው በካቶሊክ እምነት አክራሪ አስተምሮ ይከተላል የሚባለው የጀሱዊት ቀሳውስት ገዳም ነበረ። ይሁንና ከ3 ወራት በላይ በገዳሙ መቆየት አልፈቀደም። በዚህ ምክንያቱ ደግሞ በቅስናው ለመቀጠል እስከ ዕድሜ ልኩ ትዳር ሳይመሰርት በድንግልና መኖር ግዴታ መሆኑን ባለመቀበሉ ነው። እናም ፈቃዱን ያልተጋፉት ልዑል ዛሞስኪ አሁንም ወጪውን ሸፍነው ወደ ክራካው አስመጡት። በግዛቲቱ በሚገኝ ምርጥ ትምህርት ቤትም እውቀት ይቀስም ዘንድ ተደረገም። ለከፍተኛ ትምህርቱም እንደ ልዑላዊ ቤተሰቡ ሁሉን አሟልተው ወደ ፈረንሳይ ፓሪስ የፈረንሳይ ፓሪስ ከተማም በጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር የእውቀትም የትውውቅም መዲና በመሆን የበዛ ስራ ልዑል ዛሞስኪ ልክ እንደ ልጃቸው የተገባውን አሟልተው ነበርና ወደ ፓሪስ የላኩት የተቀላቀለው የመሳፍንት ልጆች የሚበዙበትን ስብስብ ሆነ። በእውቁና የአውሮፓ ባለጠጋ ልጆች ይማሩበት በሚመረጠው የሶርቦኔ ዩኒቨርሲቲ ያጠና ዘንድም የመረጠው ደግሞ ስነ ጽሑፍ ሆነ። እንደ ሌሎቹ የባለጠጋ ልጆች መከማተል የሚያበዛ ለትምህርቱ ትኩረት የማይሰጥ አልነበረም። እናም ከቀደመው ዘመን ጀምሮም እስከደረሰበት የ20ኛው መቶ ክፍለ ዘመን ድረስ እጅግ ረቂቅ የሚባሉትን የሥነ ጽሑፍ መጽሐፍ ሳያስቀር ከዳር እስከ ዳር ተወጥቷቸዋል ይላሉ የታሪክ ጸሐፊዎች። የብዙ ቋንቋዎችን ልክ እንደ አፍ መፍቻ ቋንቋው በጽሑፍም በንባብም ይራቀቅባቸው ስለነበረ ይበልጥ እንደረዳውም ይነገራል። እንዲሁም ሆኖ ከባለጠጎች የመሳፍንት ልጆች የድግሳቸው ታዳሚ መሆኑ አልቀረም። በተለይ በዚህ ግንኙነቱ ከሁሉም የላቀ የመግባባት ተሰጥኦ ኖሮት እንደ ንብ አውራ ሁሉም የሚከቡት ነበር ይባልበታል። ከረቂቅ የሙዚቃ ደራሲዎችና ቀማሪዎች እስከ ሰዓሊዎች ድረስ ወዳጆቹ ነበሩ። ደራሲዎች፣ ከያንያንና የተውኔት ሰዎችም እንዲሁ። እነዚህ ደግሞ ከመላው አውሮፓና ከአሜሪካ ጭምር የተሰባሰቡ ናቸው። ከባለጠግነታቸውም የተነሳ በጥቂት ዓመታት ከ5 ሚሊዮን ዶላር በላይ ያጠፉ ጥንድ ጓደኞች እንደነበሩት ለማሳያ ይጠቀሳል። የበዙቱ ደግሞ ዘመን ተሻግረው በየሙያቸው ከሀገር አልፈው በዓለማችን ለመታወቅ የበቁ ናቸው። በዚህ ረገድ ደራሲዎቹ ማሪያክና ጆሴፍ ኮናርድ ይጠቀሳሉ። በተለይ ጆሴፍ ኮናርድ የልብ ባልንጀራው የሚባል ነው። ከባለጠጎቹ የመሳፍንት ልጆች ድግስ ሳይቀር ከመላው ዓለም ከመጡቱ የገዢ ዘሮች ጋር የጠበቀ ግንኙነት እየመሰረተን በትምህርቱም የላቀ ደረጃ ማስመዝገቡ አልቀረም። በዚህ ማሳያ አድርገው የታሪኩ ጸሐፊዎች የሚጠቅሱት ጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር ሶስተኛ ዲግሪውን ፒኤችዲውን ገና የ20 ዓመት ወጣት እያለ መያዙ ነው። በዚህ ዕድሜ ለዚህ ማዕረግ በመብቃትም ከፈረንሳይ ዩኒቨርሲቲዎችም አልፎ በአውሮፓ ጭምር የእሱ ክብረ ወሰን ለመሆን የበቃ ነው ይላሉ። ኧረ እንዲያውም እስከ ዛሬ ድረስ ክብረ ወሰኑ አለመሰበሩ ይነገራል። ፓሪስ ሶርቦኔ ዩኒቨርሲቲ ክብረ ወሰን በሆነ ዕድሜም በ20 ዓመቱ ሶስተኛ በስነ ጽሑፍ ቢጨርስም ጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር ግን እውቀት በቃኝ የሚል አለመሆኑ ነው ገራሚውም። ለዚህም ወደ ጀርመን አገኝቶ በሙኒክ ዩኒቨርሲቲ ዘመነኛ ስነ ልቦና ሳይኮሎጂ ማጥናቱ ይጠቀሳል። ጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር ስነ ልቦናን ማጥናት የመረጠው ለምክንያቱ ነው ይላሉ የታሪኩ ጸሐፊዎች። ይህም የሰው ልጅ የሰብዕና የባህሪ መሠረታዊ እውቀቶችን ጠንቅቆ ለማወቅ ካለው ፍላጎት ይመነጫል ባይ ናቸው። በዘን ለሚመኘው የፖለቲካ እንጀራና የመሪነት ደረጃ ሰዎችን ለመዘገብ የስነ ልቦና እውቀቱ እንደሚያስፈልገው ማመኑ ነው ገፊ ምክንያትም ይላሉ። በዚህ በሙኒክ ዩኒቨርሲቲ ቆይታው እንደተለመደው ከባለጠጋ ልጆች እየመረጠም ከሊቃኑ ጋር ወዳጅነት መመስረት ወደ ጣሊያን አልፎም በፍሎረንስ እንዲሁ ትምህርቱን ቀጥሎበታል። ወደ እንግሊዝ ለንደንም ጎራ ብሎ ጥናቱን ገፍቶበታል። በእነዚህ ሀገሮች ያጠናው ዘንድ ያተኮረው ደግሞ ምጣኔ ሀብትና ፖለቲካ ሳይንስ ሆነም። በእንግሊዝ ቆይታውም ለውጥ ፈላጊዎች ከሚባለው ቡድን መሪዎች ጋር ተዋወቀም። ቡድኑ የፋቢያን ማህበረሰብ በመባል ይታወቃል። የቡድኑ መሪዎች ደግሞ በስተኋላ በዓለም እውቅ ሊቃነ ሲድኒ ዌብ፣ ጆርጅ በርናንድ ሾው እና ቢያትሪስ ዌብ ናቸው። ይህ የፋቢያን ማህበረሰብ በማለት የሰየሙ በዓለም ላይ ለውጥ ያመጣል የሚሉትን የፖለቲካና የምጣኔ ሀብት አስተሳሰብ እስከ መቅረጽ የደረሰ ነው። ኤልኤስኢ የሚሉት ደግሞ በኮሙኒዝምና በካፒታሊዝም የመንግስት ስርዓት ይዘው በመቀጠል የሚወድቅ ነው ይላሉ። በዓለም ሙሉ በሙሉ በመንግስት የሚዘወር የታቀደ ምጣኔ ሀብት ወይም በሌላው ገጽ ገበያ የሚዘውረው የነጻ ኢኮኖሚ የሚባለው አያስፈልግም ባይ ናቸው። ሁለቱንም ያማከለ በመሀል ላይ የሚወድቅ ያስፈልጋል የሚል ሀሳብ ያዳበረው የዚህ ቡድን አባል ሆኖም በሁነኛ ተሳታፊነት መዝለቁ የመጪው ዘመኑን ፍላጎት ጭምር ያሳያል ይባልበታል። ጆሴፍ ሬትሊንገር በመላ አውሮፓ መዘዋወር ነበር ቀጣዩ ተልዕኮ ያደረገው። ለዚህም የሚጠቀሰው አንዱ ምክንያት ከካፒታሊዝምና ከኮሙኒዝም ያልሆነ በማለት የፋቢያን ማህበረሰብ የተባለው ቡድን የቀመረውን አስተምህሮ ለማስረጽ የሚል ነው።
ከግማሽ ምዕተ ዓመት በላይ እስካሁን ድረስ የቴክኖክራት ዘመን
በሌላ በኩልም ከገዢ መሳፍንት ቤተሰቦችና ባለጠጎች ጋር የጠበቀ ወዳጅነት መፍጠር ለሩቅ ሀሳቡ እንደሚያስፈልገው በማመን ያደረገው ነው ይላሉ የታሪክ ጸሐፊዎች። አንድ ቦታ ረግቶ መቀመጥ ያለመውደዱ ማድረጉም እዚህ ይጠቀሳል። እናም መላውን አውሮፓ አስሷል። በተለይም እንግሊዝ፣ ፈረንሳይና ጀርመን የቤቱ ያህል የተመላለሰባቸው አልፎ አልፎ ወደ ትውልድ ምድሩ ክራካው ብቅ ማለቱ አልቀረም። በዚህም የመልስ ጉዞው ወራዊ የሆነ መጽሔት ለማሳተም በቅቷል። መጽሔቱን በፖሊሽ ቋንቋ የሚታተም ሲሆን ፖላንድ ብሔርተኝነት ይከነከንበት ዘንድ አስቦ ማሳተም ይኖራል። እናም የፖላንድ ብሔርተኛ ሊቃን በሙሉ ጽሑፍ የሚለዋወጡበት ከፍም ያለ የጥራት ደረጃ ያለው መጽሔት ነበርም ይላሉ። ጆሴፍ ሬትዚንገር ይመኘው ወደ ነበረው ፖለቲካ ሕይወት የገባው የአንደኛው የዓለም ጦርነት ሊቀሰቀስ ጥቂት ዓመታት ሲቀሩት ነው። የመግባቱ ምክንያት ደግሞ የፖሊሽ ፖለቲከኞች ጆሴፍ ሬትዚንገር በለንደን ቢሮ ከፍቶ ለፖላንድ ሉዓላዊ ሀገርነቱን መሆን ይሰራ ዘንድ መምረጣቸው ነው። የሚገርመው የተለያዩ የፖለቲካ ፍላጎት ያላቸው ቡድኖች ለዚህ ተግባር መምረጣቸው አንድም ያባቱ የፖላንድ ለም መሬትን ለልጁ ተርፎ ይሆናል ይላሉ የታሪክ። ከሁሉ በላይ ግን በፖላንድ የተለያየ ፍላጎት ካላቸው የፖለቲካ ቡድኖች ለአንዱም አባል ያለመሆኑና እንዳስመረጠው ግን ብዙዎቹ ይስማማሉ። ግን የፖላንድ ሉዓላዊ ሀገርነት ማድረግ በዘመኑ አስቸጋሪ መሆኑን ሁሉም አያውቁትም። ምክንያቱም ፖላንድ የምትባል ሀገር ባለመጣት አልነበረችምና። በለንደን ቢሮ ከፍቶም ይቻላል የማይባለውን ጆሴፍ ሬትዚንገር የወቅቱ የእንግሊዝ ንጉሥ ቀዳማዊ ቻርልስ ድረስ ቀርቦም ለፖላንድ ነጻነት ጆሮ ይሰጡ ዘንድም ደክሟል። ለእንግሊዝ የፖላንድ ሉዓላዊ ሀገርነት እውን መሆን እዚህ ግባ ተብሎ ቁም ነገር የሚሰጠው አልነበረምና የሚሰማው አልነበረም። ጆሴፍ ሬትዚንገር ግን ለዚህ የሚጠቀሰው የአውሮፓ ሶስተኛው የቦይ ስካውቶች በዓል ክብር ነው። የቦይ ስካውት አባት ከሚባለው ማልኮውስኪ ጋር በመመካከል ቦይ ስካውቶቹ ፖላንድ የሚል አርማ ያውለበልቡ ዘንድ አስችሏል። በእርግጥ ልጆቹ የመጡት ሀገራቸውን ከተቀናቀጡ ኦስትሪያ፣ ጀርመንና ሩሲያ ግዛቶች ቢሆኑ እነዚህ ሀገሮችም በጆሴፍ ሬትዚንገር ሴራ ግን በእጃቸው ሳይገባ አንደኛው የዓለም ጦርነት በተቀሰቀሰ ጊዜ የወሰነው የሚያሰጋ ሆነም። ጆሴፍ ሬትዚንገር ወደ ኦስትሪያ ከጀርመን ህብረት ወጥታ የተናጠል የሰላም እንድትፈራረም ግፊት ማድረግ ነው የዚህ ምክንያቱ። በዚህ መሀልም በኦስትሪያ የተያዘውን የፖላንድ መሬትን ነፃ ለማድረግ ማሰቡ ይነገራል። ይህን የደረሰበት የኦስትሪያ መንግስት በጥብቅ የሚፈልገው ብሎ ስሙን ይፋ አደረገ። ጀርመንማ ሞት በሌለበት ፈረደችበት። በለንደን በተሰማ ጊዜ የተከበረው እንግድነት አበቃ ተባለም። እናም ጆሴፍ ሬትዚንገር ወደ ስፔን ለማቅናት ፈረንሳይ ገባም። ግና በኪሱ የሳቢስቲ አልነበረምና ከችግር ላይ ወደቀ። የደረሰለት ደግሞ የልብ ወዳጁና ደራሲው ኮናር ሆነ። ገንዘብም ሰጥቶ ለሚያውቃቸው ሰዎች የምስክርነት ደብዳቤን አስይዞ ወደ ሜክሲኮ ላከው። ጆሴፍ ሬትዚንገር መቼም ወዳጅ የሚያደርገው በመንበርም በሀብትም ከፍ ያሉትን ነውና ይህንኑ በሜክሲኮ ተገኘ። ሪቴ ሞሪሶና ፍሩታልኮ ካሌስ ከበዙ ወዳጆቹ ይጠቀሳሉ። በስተኋላ ፍሩታልኮ ካሌስ የሜክሲኮ ፕሬዚዳንት፣ ሞሬንስ ደግሞ የንግድና ኢንዱስትሪ ሚኒስትር ለመሆኑ ናቸው። በእርግጥ እነዚህ ሰዎች ለስልጣን እንዲበቁ የበዛውን የሴራ ጨዋታ የከወነው ጆሴፍ ሬትዚንገር ይላሉ የታሪክ ጸሐፊዎች። ለስልጣን ከበቁም በኋላ በሜክሲኮ የሚገኙ የነዳጅ ማውጫዎችን በሙሉ መንግስት እንዲወርስ ያማከረውም እሱ ነው ይላሉ። ምናለፋችሁ ከመንበር ጀርባ የነበረ መሪ ነበር ባይ ናቸው።
በሜክሲኮ በነበረ ጊዜ የፕሬዚዳንት
ይህ የነዳጅ ማውጫዎችን የሜክሲኮ መንግስት የመውረስ ውሳኔ ግን አሜሪካንን አላስደሰተም። ምክንያቱም የሀገሯ ኩባንያዎች ነበሩና የነዳጅ ጉድጓዶቹ ባለቤቶች። እናም አዲሱ የሜክሲኮ መንግስት በአሜሪካ ጥርስ ውስጥ ገባ። ጆሴፍ ሬትዚንገርም የአሜሪካ ህዝብ ጠላት ተባለም። አሜሪካ የጠመደችውን ሳታስወግድ እንቅልፍ አይወስዳትምና አዲሱ መንግስት ከአንድ 10 ዓመታት ብዙም ያላለፈ ሆነ የስልጣን ዘመኑ በዋሽንግተን በተቀነባበረ መፈንቅለ መንግስት ከስልጣን ተፈነገለም። መሪዎቹ ዕጣ ፈንታቸው ስደት ለመሆን በቃ። አሜሪካ የህዝብ ጠላት በሚል የሚፈለገው ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገርም በእጃቸው ሳይገባ አምልጦ ወደ አውሮፓ ከተመለሰ በኋላ ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር መቀመጫውን ለንደን ያድርግ እንጂ በመላው አህጉሪቱ የሚዘዋወር ነበር ይሉታል። በእርግጥ 2 ሚስቶችን አግብቶ ልጆች የወለደው በዚህ ዘመን መሆኑ ተጽፏል። የሁለተኛው የዓለም ጦርነት እስኪጀመር ድረስ ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ረፍት የለሽ ተጓዥ ሆኖ አውሮፓን ማካለሉን ይተርካሉ የታሪኩ ጸሐፊዎች። እንዲያውም በስተኋላ እውን ያደረጋቸውን ሀሳቦች ለአውሮፓ ገዢዎችና ባለጠጎች የሰበከው በዚህ ዘመን ነው ባይ ናቸው። ይህም አንድ የዓለም መንግስት የሚል ሀሳብ ነው። የሚገርመው ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር መቼ የት ሀገር እንደሚጓዝና እንደተጓዘ ማንም እርግጡን መናገር ያለመቻል ነው። ከነማን ጋር እንደተገናኘም እንዲሁም ሩቅ ጉዞ ለማድረግ የእሱ ሀብት እንደማያስችለው ቢታወቅም ገንዘቡንም ከማንና ከየት እንዳመጣው ያለመታወቁ ይነገራል። የአውሮፓን ከዩናይትድ ስቴትስ አሜሪካ ጋር በማስተባበር ይፈጠር የሚለውን አንድ የዓለም መንግስት ሀሳብ በዚህ ዘመን በብርቱ ሰርቶበታል ነው ተረቱም። በሌላው ተቃርኖ ገጽታም የዘሪያን ዘርዝረን እንደሚባለው በሀገራችን ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር የአይሁዳዊቱ ሀገር እስራኤል መፈጠርን የሚደግፍና የሰራበትን ዘመን ነው። በወቅቱ በአውሮፓ የጽዮናዊነት እንቅስቃሴ መሪ ከነበሩት ከነ ቻይኒዝ ማንና ናሆም ሳክሎር ጋር ተባብሮ መስራቱ እዚህ ይጠቀሳል። የሁለተኛው የዓለም ጦርነት መቀስቀስ ግን ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ወደ ቀደመው የፖላንድ ሉዓላዊ ሀገርነት እንቅስቃሴ መለሰው። በወቅቱ የፖላንድ የስደተኛው መንግስት የሚባለው መሪ ጄኔራል ሲኮርስኪ የስደተኛው ካቢኔ መሪና የለንደን ተወካያቸው እንዲሆን መምረጣቸው
እሱ የፖላንድ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር የነበሩት ጄኔራል ሲኮርስኪ
ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገርም ጄኔራል ሲኮርስኪን በአዲሱ አስተምሮ አጠመቃቸው ይላሉ የታሪክ ጸሐፊዎች። ከጀርባም መዘወሩን የለመደበት ነውና በራሳቸው አንደበት የሲኮርስኪ እቅድ የተባለውን ይናገሩ ዘንድ ገፋቸው። ፖላንድ ሉዓላዊ ሀገር ሆና ብቅ ብትልም ብቻዋን መኖር አይቻላትምና እናም ከሌሎች እንደ ኦስትሪያ፣ ጀርመንና ሩሲያ ካሉት ሀገሮች በፌዴሬሽን የምትተዳደር ሀገር ትሆናሉ። ይህም ከምስራቅ አውሮፓም አልፎ መላው አውሮፓ የሚያካትት ሆኖ የአውሮፓ ህብረት ይፈጠር የሚለውን የእሱን አስተምሮም ጀነራሉ ለዓለም ይፋ አደረጉ። ከዚህም ባለፈ በለንደን የአውሮፓ ሀገሮች ተወካዮችን በሚስጥር በመሰብሰብ በሀሳቡ ላይ መወያየትና ወደ ሰነድነት መቀየር ጀመሩ። የዚህ ዋነኛው ዘዋሪ ደግሞ ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ነበርና የአውሮፓ ህብረት ሀሳብ አመንጪና ጀማሪ የሚባለው። እንዲያውም ምስጢራዊ ኮሚቴ ተቋቁሞ ስራው የተጀመረው በዚህ ዘመን መሆኑ ይነገራል። ይሁንና የጄኔራል ሲኮርስኪ መሞት የህይወት አቅጣጫ ቀያሪ ሆነም። ጄኔራሉ በመካከለኛው ምስራቅ ያደራጁትን ሰራዊት ጦርነት እንዲጀምር አዘው ወደ ለንደን ሲመለሱ ነበር በጂብራልተር ላይ አይሮፕላናቸው የጋየው። ተልእኮው ወታደራዊ ነበረና ከካቢኔያቸው አብሮ ያለው ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ብቻ ነበረ ከሹሞቻቸው የሰረፈው። አውሮፕላኑ የጋየበት መንስኤ ምስጢራዊነት ደግሞ ይበልጥ ተስፋ አስቆራጭ ነበር የሆነበት ለሱ። ከጄኔራል ሲኮርስኪ ሞት በኋላም ለፖላንድ ነጻ ሀገርነት መስራቱን አላቋረጠም። በእርግጥ በጄኔራል ወደብ ከተተኩት የፖላንድ የስደተኛው መንግስት መሪ ጋር ብዙም ባይግባባም ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር በተለይ በዚህ ጊዜም ፖላንድ ነጻ ሀገር መሆኗ የማይቀር ቢሆንም ከምስራቅ ከሚመጣው የሶቪየት ህብረት ሶሻሊስት ርዕዮት እንዳትጠመቅ ቀድሞ ለመመልከት ይወተውት ነበረም። እናም በለንደን የቢሮ ስራ መወሰኑን ትቶም በሐሰት የእንግሊዝ ሻምበል ስምና የወታደር የደንብ ልብስ በፖላንድ ለትጥቅ ትግል ከሚያደርጉ ተዋጊዎች ጋር ዘመተን። በዚህ ዘመን ነው በ58 ዓመቱ በጦርነት ስፍራ በጃንጥላ ወይም ፓራሹት በመዝለል እስከ ዛሬም በስሙ የተያዘ ክብረ ወሰን ያስመዘግበው። በፖላንድ ምድር ግን እንደጠበቀው ተልእኮውን መወጣት አልተቻለውም። ያስጠልሉት ዘንድ የተመደቡት ሰዎች ለጠላት ያደሩ ነበሩና መርዝ ሰጡ። መርዝ ሰጪዋ ሴትዮ መጠኑን በማሳሳቷም ለጥቂት ከሞት ተረፈ እንጂ እዛን ያህል ደጋፊዎች ነበሩትና በህቡ የማምለጫ መንገድ ለለንደን በቃ። ብዙ የታተረበት ህይወቱን ጭምር ለአደጋ ያጋለጠበት የፖላንድ ነጻ ሀገር መሆን ሀሳቡንም እርግፍ አድርጎ። በዚህ ምክንያቱ ደግሞ ሆላንድ እንደፈራው የሶሻሊስት ርዕዮት ተጠምቃ ከሶቪየት ኅብረት ጥላ መጠጋቷ ነው። በዚህም የተነሳ ለጥቂት ዓመታት ትቶት ወደ ነበረው የቀድሞ የአንድ የዓለም መንግስት ሀሳቡ ተመለሰም። በዚህ ጥርጊያ ደግሞ የሚሆነው በቅድሚያ የአውሮፓ ኅብረት መሆኑን አላጣውም። እናም የአውሮፓ አህጉር የሚል ዲስኩር አዘጋጅቶም በመላው ሀገሮች እየዞረ መስበክ ጀመረም። ከለንደን እስከ ሮም የሁሉም ሀገሮች የመንበር ገዢዎችና ባለጠጎችን በስብሰባም በግልም እያገኘ ሀሳቡን መስበክ መደበኛ ስራ ሆነም። የቫቲካኑ የበስተኋላ ጳጳስ ጳውሎስ ስድስተኛ ገና ካርዲናል ሞንቴኔ እያሉ በአውሮፓ አንድነት ሀሳቡ ያጠመቃቸው በዚህ ዘመን ነው። ካፉ ላይ ለሰከንድ የማይጠፋውን ሲጋራ እየማገም ከመኪና ወደ ባቡር ከዛም ወደ አውሮፕላን እየተጋባም በአውሮፓ ሀሳብ ቸው የቀደመ ሁሉ ወጪውን ማን እንደሚሸፍንና በእርግጥ መቼና የት እንደነበረ ከነማን ጋር እንደተገናኘ ታሪኩን አጠናን የሚሉት እንኳን ያለማወቃቸው ነው። ገራሚ ነበረ። አልፋቱ ሰምሮ እንደ ጎርጎሮሳውያኑ አቆጣጠር በ1948 በሄግ ሄደች ፓርላማ የፓን አውሮፓ ጉባኤን በሊቀመንበርነት እውን አደረገም። የአውሮፓ ዓለም አቀፍ እንቅስቃሴ ተብሎ የተመሰረተውንና አህጉሪቱን አንድ የሚያደርገውን ስራ ይወጣ ዘንድ ኃላፊነት ያለበት ተቋም የመጀመሪያው ጸሐፊ ለመሆኑ በቃም። ለዚህ ተግባሩ ከ5 በላይ ሀገሮች የክብር ሽልማት ሊሰጡ ቢያስቡም እሱ ግን ፈቃደኛ አልነበረም። እንግሊዝ እንዲያውም የሀገሪቱን ታላቅ ሜዳሊያ ልትሰጠው ስነ ስርዓት አዘጋጅታ ነበረም። በስነ ስርዓቱ ላይ ሳይገኝ በእንቢታ አልተቀበለም እንጂ
ከጆሴፍ ሊተንበር ጋር የብዙ ሀገሮች አብሮነት ይዣለሁ። በከፍተኛ ስልጣን ላይ ካሉ ሰዎች ጋር ያለው ግንኙነት እጅግ እሱ ለአሜሪካው ፕሬዚዳንት ስልክ መደወል ወዲያውኑ ቀጠሮ በአውሮፓም በየትኛውም ሀገር ያለን
የአውሮፓ የምጣኔ ሀብት ትብብር ሊግ የሚባለውን ከሌሎች ጋር በመመስረት አውራው ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር የመሆኑን ሀቅ ዛሬም በክብር አህጉሪቱ አንድ ሆና ታነሳዋለች። ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ግን በዚህ የአውሮፓ አንድመሆን የተነሳበት የዓለም አንድ መንግስት ሀሳብ መገደብ እንደሌለበት ቀድሞ አላጣውም። እናም አሜሪካንን ከአውሮፓ ጋር የሚያጣምር ህብረት መፍጠር አለብን አለም። በዚህም ነው ስሙን እስከ ዛሬ በክፉ የሚያስነሳውን የቢልደርበርግ ሚስጥራዊ ማህበረሰብን የመሰረተው። ከአውሮፓና ከአሜሪካ በፖለቲካም ሆነ በምጣኔ ሀብት ከዛም አልፈው በሊንክነት እጅግ ተጽዕኖ ፈጣሪ ታላላቅ ሰዎችን በኔዘርላንድስ ቢልደርበርግ ሆቴል በመሰብሰቡ ነው ቡድኑ ስሙን የወረሰው። ስብሰባውን የመራው ራሱ ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ሲሆን የቡድኑም የመጀመሪያ ጸሐፊ ሆኖ ተመረጠም። ይህ ቢልደርበርግ ሚስጥራዊ ማህበረሰብ የመጀመሪያው ስብሰባ አጀንዳ ሆነም የተሳተፉ ሰዎች እስከ ዛሬ ሚስጥር በየዓመቱ እጅግ በከፍተኛ ጥበቃና ሚስጥር ስብሰባው እንደቀጠለ ቢሆንም የአሜሪካና የአውሮፓ የፖለቲካ መሪዎች እንዲሁም የዓለማችን ባለጠጎች ይሳተፉበታል ቢባልም አሁንም የቢልደርበርግ ቡድን ሚስጥራዊ ማህበረሰብ ወይም ሴክሬት ሶሳይቲ ነው። ይህ ማህበረሰብ ዓለምን ከጀርባ የሚዘውር መሆኑ ይነገርለታል። ያሻውን ሰው ከመንበር ላይ ማስቀመጥም ሆነም ማውረድ ቀላል ነው። የፈለገውን ሀገር አፍርሶ መልሶ መገንባትም እንዲሁ ይባልበታል። በፈለገው ሰዓት ያለምን ምጣኔ ለኪሳራ መዳረግ እንዲሁም አትራፊ ማድረግ ለቢልደርበርግ ሚስጥራዊ ማህበረሰብ እጅግ ቀላሉ ነው። ከሁሉ በላይ ግን የጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ስም ከቡድኑ መመስረት ጋር በመያያዝ በክፉ የሚነሳው ቢልደርበርግ ሚስጥራዊ ማህበረሰብ የሰይጣኖች አለቃ ሉሲፈር አምልኮም ተከታይ ነው በሚል ነው። ሰው ከመገበርም ጀምሮ የቡድኑ አባላት ለዚህ አምልኮ የከፋ ኃጢአት ይፈጽማሉ ይባላል። አንድ የዓለም መንግስት አንድ ሃይማኖት በሚልም እየሰራ የሉሲፈር መንግስት ባለም ይመጣ ዘንድም ይተጋል ይባልለታል። የምስጢራዊ ማህበረሰብ አባላትም ከአሜሪካ እስከ አውሮፓም ከእስያ እስከ አፍሪካ ብቻ ምን አለፋችሁም በመላው ዓለም በፖለቲካው ስልጣን እጅግ የገነኑ የሀገር መሪዎች የዓለማችን ሀብትን የጠቀለሉ ባለጠጎች በመሆናቸው ያሻቸውን እያደረጉ ነው ይባልላቸዋል። የቢልደርበርግ ሚስጥራዊ ማህበረሰብ ከተመሰረተ በኋላም ለ6 ዓመታት በጸሐፊነት ከመራ በኋላ በ72 ዓመቱ በሳምባ ምች ጆሴፍ ሬቲንገር ቢሞትም ስሙ በክፉ የሚነሳው ለዚህ ነው። በልጅነቱ ለምንኩስና ተጠርቶ በስተርጅናው ለሰይጣን ገበረ ነው የትችቱ ያመክሎ ትንታኔ ነው። ቸር ያሰንብተን።
川さんの勝ち。払ってるからもう払って。だから本当びっくりした。あれ去年かなんか
こうなってる太平洋沿岸地帯。ああ、そうやったね。あれ？これでいっか。どうなってんの太平洋沿岸地帯。いや、ここでやりますと。
Mais nous avons fait une règle depuis le commencement. Et la règle, c'est que de ne pas inviter les membres de la presse qui font leur métier, ni des interviews pendant ou après la conférence, ni de donner les documents, mais nous invitons comme participants toujours membres de la presse.